Good morning, everyone. I'm Tassenix, and welcome to another chill stream. We are in the in-between time. We're a few days away from the first week of Season 79, 5 versus 5 Grand Arena Championship kicking off. So, knocking out the last day of TB here, maybe a few conquest missions, but the reason why we are gathered here today is to knock out your questions. So, guys, you know the drill. If you've been here to a chill stream, I'm just gonna be knocking out missions here and chatting with you guys. So ask me anything, and we'll dig right in. Good morning, Ganroth. Good morning, Turd Ferguson. How you guys doing? Welcome. All right, no time like the present. Which one of these? One that the pirates do. Get that in on auto and see what you guys have to say. Yeah. Lost Swamp Rat. Hey, good morning. Yeah, I'm actually early enough where I'm catching you at a reasonable hour in your daytime. How you doing? Shall be lurking while I plan Monday's stream. Have a great one, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that tool in Hot Util, Swamp Rat. Using that SE gear tool. Like if you're a Hot Util, I don't know if it requires that you're a patron, but assuming that it does, if you log into Hot Utils and you go to the bottom left where all of your categories are listed, there'll be like a miscellaneous or something. If you expand that, there's something in there called SE Gear, and you plug in the characters that you want it to track. You specify the minimum relic or gear level that they're starting from. Then you give them the endpoint that you want. Like for the new era units, so that you're covered for what the new era battle will be, like Relic 9 for everybody and Relic 10 for Cassian. I plugged all those characters in and it told me just how screwed I am. So it was nice. I have to get some more Electrium conductors and a lot of droid brains. Patron autos it. Without it, you have to manually update your gear and relic materials. Okay. Take your word on it. Yeah, it is pretty nice, Gamroth. Turd Ferguson, I'm headed to work. I just put gas in my truck, and it took $150 and wasn't even empty. It's like CG is running the oil industry. Yeah, I have thoughts, but they neither fit the scope nor the mission of this here stream. You know where to find me, though. Discord. All right. Oh my god, are you guys dying? Stop dying. Oh, the auto Hondo is nuking everybody. That's what's happening. Yeah, Hondo using his shit. Does this mean they can't be revived when they're sacrificed this way? No, that's pretty deep. And an ad set is running, so I'll hold off on answering questions until we're back. But yeah, guys, get your questions in the chat. I'm at your disposal here until one of the following occurs. I finish TB and Conquest related stuff, or my daughter drags me away to cook breakfast. We were kind of sneaking in this stream because I thought she was sleeping in, and wouldn't you know it, like the second I'm ready to go live, she's up and... All right. Marin is finally 0 speed. Yeah, it's nice to have no speed wasted, I guess. I want to say I have some small amount, like a not deliberate amount of speed on her, and that's okay. All right, we're back for Mavs. But yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, you haven't been to one of the chill streams before, I'm just taking questions from you guys. I'm doing all these missions, so whatever's on your mind, drop a line. How do you have... Oh. That makes sense. 250% tenacity and 130% potency. Did you make her relic 10? 250 is pretty solid. The potency is interesting. Like, what are the trade-offs? Because I understand why the potency. You do want that plague going out. I get that. But what of armor? What of protection? Okay. Relic 7 is pretty nice. Good stuff. Lord Vader. $80K prot, 64% armor. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Womp. All good. Hey, Sheepdog, good morning. Whole bunch of patrons in the chat. Good to see you guys. Welcome. What's on your minds? I know that the patrons have already seen the latest plotting and scheming for the preview for this season. General audience will have it Friday morning, but it's a long show because we had Scribe and we had a lot of questions to answer from the patrons. So it's like a just over 3-hour edition of the show. But wow, we have a lot to talk about. What mod changes have I made for 5 vs 5? I've tweaked. I think I talked a lot about the ones that I had been working on in the latest show. But if you hadn't seen that part yet, I improved my Satil, my JKR, my Bastila. Here, I can show you real quick. So Satil is in a really crazy spot. If you guys recall, she was about 243,000 prot, 330 speed, and like 78% armor, right? Still about 100,000 health, so I kept that the same. So I dropped 9 speed, yeah? Went from 243 to 247, and it will be expensive to do these calibrates, so they may take a long time, if ever, to do. I might just straight up get mods with better flat protection secondaries at some point to just outright replace these. But in an ideal world, I would slice off the couple of bum stats on a couple secondaries and they would roll flat protection, and this could be 250. This may not be the very highest protection Satil in the game, but I want to say she's got to be one of the best optimized because, you know, I've got a little chunk of health there, so I get a nice round just over 10k for my, you know, protection ups. This huge protection pool, still 321 speed, you know, little speed loss, still good, but I did push her up over 80%. This was my biggest gripe with the first way I had modded her, is that it just feels kind of bad these days to be running somebody as a tank and not at least 80% defense. Sheepdog, nah, man. The latest plotting and scheming's in the patron announcements. Just go one up. Like, yeah, go one up from the one yesterday. You'll see it right there. Dig in, man. Dig in. All right, Vin, good to see you. How you doing, man? So yeah, back to your question, Sheepdog. So I improved Satile. I'm really happy with that. Jolie did also get a look. So in the latest episode, Dagger mocked me for having a tenacity cross on here because it's kind of wasted. If you can push Jolie's tenacity to about 100%, and then he's getting 100% from his unique, and then you're getting half of that total value as CA, and you have 21% base crit avoidance at Relic 9 anyway. He's gonna be pretty good without needing the tenacity cross to push that CA higher artificially. So 200% tenacity is fine. When we think about characters like Marin, that it's absolutely critical that they resist as much as they possibly can. You could make a case that, for practical terms, maybe it's okay to have him as high as 270% tenacity total. So 170 for mods. If there's some reason that using Satile this upcoming 5 vs 5 season really punishes me for not having that much tenacity, I'll cop to it. But I don't think that's going to be the case. So, yeah, I made that swap. Over 150,000 health, 262 speed. I was at 270. Cost us a little bit. Gained a few points of armor, though. So, more than compensate. You know? What else? What else do we look at? Yeah, JKR basically stayed the same. I just pushed the prot figure way up. When last I spoke about it, he was like 59,000 prot. Now just up over 80, so 160 at battle start under Satile. Still 340 speed. Yes, it cost me my crit damage triangle, but I also kept a respectable amount of offense on him besides. So he's going to be hitting with the true damage from all of that protection on Satile, and then a bit of this. So I'm okay with that. Why health and not protection? Great question, Chronic, for Jolie. Among the characters on this team, this guy just has like a disproportionate benefit for health. And also when you're using his I guess if you're using the Resurrect, yeah, you're targeting a living unit, so giving them the protection up can be nice if you're using it targeting a tank. But also doing his call to assist puts a pretty thick protection up on an ally based on his own health, and then he gets 30% max health from that unique anyway. So he is the sole exception on this team. I would say everybody else kind of just makes sense to lean heavily into the doubled max protection under Satile, but he's just the one exception. But yeah, he's prot, and then yeah, I did make her slower and thicker. So now she's got over 200,000 life total. Sure, she doesn't have a lot of armor. Reasonable criticism. You could say that it'd be nice if since I'm using speed sets that are not particularly fast, but just happen to have really strong protection secondaries on them, there's an argument to be made that I could replace them long term with defense that have strong protection secondaries on them, and then a bit more speed to compensate for the lack of speed set. But it's not hard to make her about 260. Making her slowest of the bunch makes sense because she'll be getting bonus turns whenever an ally is starting their turn without legendary battle meditation. So putting a lot of speed budget into her is kind of a waste. Let's see. I didn't change my sortie. Sortie's been the same forever and probably will remain so. Sortie will probably see some use in 5 vs 5, right? Because, believe it or not, with all that protection on JKR, I did the math, and Jolie is still comfortably much higher life total. So JKR will be the weakest on this team and will be getting VIP if I chose to run with this. Would it make more sense for me to put her into protection? Absolutely. Am I really going to sweat it, I think? Probably. She's not your priority target by any means. You have a lot bigger priorities. This is assuming that I was setting this on defense. Otherwise, the AI is definitely never going to look twice at Sortie ahead of something like JKR. Ethereum 4, no adjustments. Juhani, I didn't make any recent changes to, but I did do this like kind of late in the last 5 vs 5 season, just setting her up for the long-term future. I went with, I have some just odd mods, right? You have stuff like offense sets that ended up having, some offense, but for what reason, a huge amount of defense on them. Some defense mods with offense on them. So I had some of these weird mods that are just otherwise unused. And you see, this is even health. Wow, I could make that protection as well. Didn't even notice that. See if we could find some. But anyway, all these mods were very much not missed anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? See what I can find. So this is heavy on that one that I just have on. Out of curiosity. This is okay. This is robbing any of you. It's a huge loss of offense, isn't it? Only 400. Blah, blah, blah. That much more prod. And 0.1 armor loss is completely fine. So anyways, yeah, just bulked out, right? And using some otherwise disused mods that kind of have good stats. But these aren't really in hot demand anywhere else, Like, this is a great mod for its protection. This is something that, if I gotten a little bit luckier, it's expensive to calibrate this. But if this flat protection slice was speed, this was like a 17 speed mod. This is like a gas caliber mod. As it stands, I have a better one on it. This one is another weird one, right? Great protection, some health, little low defense. It's kind of a tanks mod on an offense set. It's an old mod of mine, but found a use for it, right? And her being over 70% armor is just fine because she's not main tanking. She's your kind of off tank. All right. Let's see. Other mod changes that I've made here in the off loop. Just some improvements, and I'm really happy with my Leia. So dig this. If you look at these stats, these are good, but not overwhelmingly impressive. If you look at the very top Leias, she doesn't have the highest health. She's not the highest health Leia you can find. She's not the fastest Leia. She does have 200,000+ health, and 560 speed. You can usually find in high end accounts 200,000+ health and 570+ speed. That's pretty common, but isn't common. It's 200,000+, 560+ speed, and 73+% armor. And there's been a couple times in the last season or two where I have nearly lost Leia, or straight up lost Leia. I want to say at least once. That has not happened since I've made these adjustments. And just want to give a quick shout out to this mod that made it all kind of come together to hit all those thresholds, because this mod was a 22 speed, right? That last slice was sitting on percent defense. We already had this great health secondary rolled, and it was a 150 cost calibrate. I think it's the third one that I'd ever done. One of those in the past had turned out to be a dud. The first one was great. This one landed speed, and it landed a 6. It is a 28 speed with fat health. It's crazy. So that one I'm pretty happy about. And yeah, I want to say not too much has changed here in the off week otherwise. Just a ton of shuffling mods around, right? When you change mods on 4 or 5 characters, you're talking about tear up on 20 characters, right? And then you hope that the mods that you end up displacing down the road don't actually need to be placed somewhere else, because knocks on. Anyways, let's check out the questions again. Yeah, you fell asleep, Ganroth. Yeah, that was a long show. It was a long episode, but it was a lot of fun recording that with Scribe. Let's see here. Turd Ferguson says, I had to get Rolo from RA to deployments, but is there a team she can go in this 5 vs 5? You can force her in a lot of spots. She's got a reasonable AoE. Sana's actually going to be getting use again, right? Rolo with Sana is always a thing. So if you're in a spot in the game where Sana's team that is realistically going to see use. Because I say that because here at the topic of Kyber 1, I would be surprised to see that. Maybe one of like the Phantom's Menace guys. Those guys, those efficiency players, they'll set tricky teams that they know you're going to beat it. That's fine. Maybe it'll strip 1 or 2 banners. Maybe you'll underestimate it and drop anyway. Either way, they're going to make a team like that your problem and then save like a GL or something to be extra clean on offense, right? So, fair. But outside of that, I don't expect to see that Sana team on defense. All right, Chaptastic. I'm in the process of helping open up an Italian restaurant. What should the task special be? Italian dish. Very interesting. You know what Spinjuni is? Like a Sicilian Christmas. But, not. I live in a house with a long-haired daughter and a long-haired wife, and I am constantly pulling long hairs out of my hats, out of my shirts. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is sacred. As special, man. Give me some type of pasta alla diavolo. Give me the. I want the Italian sausage with that pasta as well. Spicy. There's so many things I like. There's so many things I like. I don't like that I was forced to just pick one, but for dessert it must be tiramisu and fresh cup of black coffee. Perfect. Perfect. I see the right channel. There we go. So how does the Satil squad do on Relegate version of PB, Don Senzi? We can find out. Honestly, you're getting so much out of the Grand Arena Omicron that's making you hit super hard with Satil's AoE. So, did I already finish all the dark sides? What is this? Blacker? Yeah, just not. And then we can go find a home. Let's see. Snack Attack 1138 says, "Good morning. Good morning to you. Welcome to the show. What is the 5 vs 5 Satil team? So there's a core 4, right? You've got your 3, Satil, JKR, Bastila, and then Jolie comprises your core 4. And then you have options. Since this is mostly going to be an offensive team. Now, it's not that you can't set it on defense. It's that if you've had any opportunity to play with the team, there is absolutely a right way to play the team that you cannot rely on the AI to reliably execute it that way. It just won't. So, yeah, I would say that, assuming that you're using this team on offense, you might, and depending on what you choose to fight, let's say that you're going to try and choose a very high matchup, like a GL, something like that, something that you're not guaranteed to stomp otherwise. And you could reasonably run with the 4, I think, for a lot of things. If you are worried, so here's the thing, Satil says that revives can't be prevented. So that means that even if JKR, let's say for whatever reason, you took Satil against Slacker, Slacker pokes and stabs out JKR. That's usually the show, folks, right? Because, dead is dead, and when Slacker kills somebody on his turn, it's a perma-kill, except Jolie's Resurrect will work because of Satil. So, realistically, how much do you need to worry about JKR getting popped? if your Jolie is robust. So that's the thing for me to think about long term. He is a good candidate for me for Relic 10 because I'll need every bit of that health, action, armor, grid avoidance, tenacity, all that stuff. He'll just gobble right up. And then long term, it would be great to push him into as many defense sets as possible, because if you're worried about when you're taking this team on offense, if you're really worried about losing it, what you're actually worried about is losing Jolie. Almost anybody else can get popped and Jolie can save the day, right? So something to really think about. If your Jolie is not up to snuff, maybe you've got a role for sortie. Maybe you don't want JKR to get lost and have to rely on Jolie getting the chance to resurrect him. So when JKR gets crit and he's VIP, he'll go into stealth, he'll gain offense up. It's kind of nice, right? So you could say that sortie is kind of I think more of a crutch. I might use it. I might not. Juhani just completes the team. I want to say I'd have to pull it up, but I'm pretty sure there is a bonus for having it be all Old Republic Jedi. So that most faithfully completes the 5-man team if you were not just wanting to run the 4-man with Jolie. Yeah. So sortie is possible, but like among the least of the options, I think is fair to say. Hopefully that answers you, Sheepdog. Chronic says, where's Luthen going? Mon Mothma or Saw? I mean, I think Saw. Based on the results in 3 versus 3, I think Saw. Now, we talk about this in the latest episode of Plotting and Scheming, where there is some debate about, where does this go? But where does Luthen go with Saw, with New Cassian, and early thinking, the majority of the room believes that Luthen is going to end up staying with Saw. So we'll see how that ends up. Tassenix says, you good with banana pudding tiramisu being the task special? I do like banana pudding. I do like tiramisu. I'll tell you what, what's something else? I like the idea of the fusion of those desserts. It would really depend on how it goes, is really the answer, right? It depends on what it tastes like. Conceptually, I'm honored that you would choose something, and call it the task special. As far as how much I'd personally like the dessert, it's really how good you make it, Like, I recently, for my birthday, I went out to Fogo de Chao, the Brazilian steakhouse, and great experience and all. And for dessert, they had, you could choose, I was probably going to get the creme brulee. I love creme brulee. It's really nice. But they had cheesecake. I also like New York style cheesecake. Then they had creme brulee cheesecake. And I'm like, this is bold of you. This is bold of you to combine these, because there's almost no way you're going to have it not end up being overwhelmingly favoring one dessert or the other. And they told me to sit my fat ass down, because when I took a bite of that, it was perfect. The inside had the texture of New York style cheesecake, but the flavor of the custard of creme brulee. It had over the top of it, it had the entire, caramelized sugar with little shards of the caramelized sugar sticking up out of it. Just a nice little crunchy bit extra. And then on the bottom of it, in fact, was the layer of fruit. Really, really, really good. John Giamitos, Johnny Giamito, I have a feeling that I still butchered that. But regardless, good morning, Captain Tassenix. Good morning to you. Captain Tassenix, you're better than that? You're better than... All right, yeah, then let's have it, man, because a good vanilla pudding takes me back. My great-grandma was the one that was deep into the vanilla pudding game. And you could marry that with tiramisu. And again, a cup of just jet black piping hot coffee. Ha ha. Sounds fantastic. Rio Rick, hey, good to see you. Tass, I put Leia on defense. What 2 sides do you recommend I put, and what datacron should I use? First of all, Leia is sometimes a really strong performer on defense. How do I want to put this? I think with the Inquisitors now having a Kron favoring them again, I would expect that if you're not otherwise drawing the Inquisitors, that's probably going to be a really quick dunk. That's going to be a quick dunk, because if they have that Grand Inquisitor level 9 and they're able to reset cooldowns on kills, they're just going to roll through. So I caution you. It depends on what your opponents are going to do. You might be successful this season. You know, I don't want to completely doom your concept, but I just remember in the past, every time we've had something that gave the Inquisitors a leg up, made Leia trip, you know, something to think about. That being said, Stormtrooper Luke is a really nice character, but it's better on offense when you can competently target who you want. Still, not bad. Stormtrooper Han is good if you haven't set up like a tank. Old Ben is always a good tank for that team. Think about this. No reason you couldn't do... Yeah, it really also depends on how you're using your Baze and Chirrut. If Baze and Chirrut aren't in with Saw, which I would think they should be, that is the real conflict, is are you using the Chirrut Kron with your Saw team, or are you using the Kyle Katarn mercenary one with the armor penetration? My guess is the Kyle Katarn, because that one's on its way out. Oh, Tuakuma in the chat says, hello there. Yeah, Chupio and Krex. I don't really think about Krex going in with Leia, but he's awesome. The thing to think about with Krex, though, is that often when you have him available to put in with Leia, it's because you're at a point where you're not really using Phoenix. And so Krex has no other high calling, so he can go with Leia safely. I would say that with the Heracron, a lot more people are going to be doing stuff with Phoenix. So just something to double check. And do you actually have any plans for Phoenix? If so, your Krex is reserved. But Chupio is actually pretty good. I want to say Chupio isn't really that good in with the new Tarful squad with the Yoda and Chewie unit. Like, I want to say Chupio specifically wants a rebel leader. And he's also a droid. I mean, he can be used in the droid team, whatever. Anyway, so I could see Chupio having a place if you're not using CLS. And definitely in Kyber 1, in 5 vs 5, there's too little board these days to get a lot of use out of CLS. Like, certainly not as a defense. But even on offense, it's rare that you need to use them. So that you might have something there with Chupio in that one. I like that. Joni Jamito says, I'm in confusion about JKR. I have a Relic 10 Satele, and the other members of the team are Relic 7. Is it worth that I Relic JKR to Relic 8? I'd say that that's less of a priority. So here's the thing. He'll be doing all of Satele's allies when they're attacking marked targets, which is what JKR is for. They're going to be doing true damage. I want to say something like 20% of her current then max protection, which is just going to continue to increase as the fight goes on. So for that reason, the traditional reason to take an attacker from 7 to 8 is, it does give them more survivability, but it's actually a pretty good gain for attackers going Relic 7 to Relic 8. I think that matters less under Satele in particular, because your damage is fueled by how thick she is protection-wise. If you're worried about fragility, like, all that being said earlier about Jolie being able to save the team, he still actually has to get there, right? He has to still get the turn. He can't be ability blocked, I think, or TMR'd. So if he gets there, he'll get the job done. But he still has to not get blown up until that point. If you're worried about getting into a tough spot too early in your fights, if you're frequently fighting opponents that have more relics than you, would strongly recommend bringing yourself up to parity with your competition. A lot of folks ask me that, like, how should I apply these relics? It's like, well, first, prioritize your offensive counters, because surely you need to rely on those more than you need to rely on your defense's holding. You need to not have your attacks drop. So yeah, if you're relic 7 and you're frequently fighting people that are like mostly relic 9, yeah, I consider making that move to relic 8. But otherwise, it feels kind of low pressure for Satele, for her allies. Hopefully that helps, man. Jonesy, I just realized that we had an ad set going there, so I don't know how much of that last answer got cut off. Let me know if you caught that. But the gist of it was, unless you feel pressure about losing him way too early in the fight, most of the damage is going to be taken care of by Satele's leadership. So, you be okay. All right, Sheepdog, how are you going to use the Phoenix with the Heracron? Haha, friend, what an intelligent, astute question of you to ask. Let me demonstrate to you my level of preparedness. This is my progress so far on obtaining a Phoenix. You know what, guys? You're all here just for shit. This is a terrible cron for stats. Phoenix, but we'll make it work. Okay, so I have a second Chirrut cron. I might be able to re-roll that and, get me something good. What's this? It's light side. Oh, you know what? I haven't gone and dumped all of my energy. Yeah, the first week of Conquest, I just get to Sector 4, farm up Datacrons, and worry about Sector 5, usually in week 2. I had a bit of extra energy, so I did a couple missions yesterday. Okay, where am I at? I want to say I'm actually getting low. Yeah, it actually needs Sector 4. So yeah, if I get the Phoenix Cron, I don't think I'm setting it. I might hold it. There will be folks that are going to correctly read that the Inquisitor Crons boost the power of that team and therefore make it better on defense. Specifically, yeah, like the GI one is going to all but forbid Malgus, because that's kind of what it did last time when we had that. I don't expect Malgus will do well, but you have other options, and among them would be Phoenix. I haven't done it in a while. I don't know that I'll risk it myself. It's not a super high priority cron for me, but it is something that my guild asked me to pick up by, the end of the next conquest. Not even super high priority for the guild. You can't roll a Drogon cron? I'm sorry to hear that, Sheepdog. Terrible. All right, Tuakuma2 says, I got the Heracron, so that's no Crex on defense. Yeah, I'm looking at Chupio and Old Ben. That's not terrible. Kyber 3, most opponents don't have good Datacrons, so I don't expect to see Inquisitor Crons. Okay, yeah, that's potentially nasty. Then Leia can be a problem. Still probably a backwall. I have to get. Magicon, hey, good to see you, man. How you doing? Hey, Tass, how you doing? Came in as you were mid-sentence about the Grand Inquisitor Datacron. You would say that that's the one to use out of the 3 options for the Riva team? Yeah, I spoke about this. Like, the Grand Inquisitor Cron is going to end up being the favorite. The immunity to fear, to stun, that's really good at warding off Malgus if you're inclined to set this team on defense. The cooldown reset when there's kills is dope. It's probably the highest utility of the 3. I also think that the 8th brother one could be really cool. in your own hands on offense. Even then, the Grand Inquisitor Kron, you could say that. My thing is, like, the Grand Inquisitor Kron, the stuff about the cooldown reset and all that, that's a win harder. The value of that seems, I feel like it advertises itself to be better than what it is. I question the number of fights where you actually get a lot of practical use, the need out of that cooldown reset. Or are you just accelerating the end of the fight that you were already winning anyway as soon as you secured that first enemy kill, right? So I wonder if that's really the most interesting offensive choice. I think Eighth Brother is, as a character, slept on, but that Kron is also really not getting a lot. I think it's pretty good. We'll see. It just depends on how you mostly intend to use it. All right. Here. But yeah, the Reva Kron is not good, so I wouldn't worry about that. Tassenix says, easy. Just layer banana cream on Nilla wafers with coffee cream over lady fingers. The technique is described simply enough. The question is, can you deliver that seamless blending of the flavors that I would want from somebody who has the audacity to tell me that they're serving banana pudding tiramisu? That's a big check to cut for expectations, man. Looking forward to hearing about that one, though. Jonji says, yes, you're right. I'm at 12.7 million in Kyber 1 for a long time, and the relic difference is a big consideration based on the relic delta. Yeah, so only you really know for yourself if you're feeling pressure. That, among the reasons that I do think about how I apply my relics, is I'll pay attention to how my own Grand Arena seasons are going, in the sense of, like, man, this one character keeps getting focused down. Like, I know that they're going to die over the course of the fight. That might be the case, but, like, when they're dying is too soon. I need to give them a little something more. Their mods are already good in terms of the survivability that they're giving, so we need to put just a little bit more in Relic 1. Cosley check. Hi, Tess. Good to see you. Stark Strategy Gamer. Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Keep those questions coming in, guys. Good discussion so far. And I still got a bunch of battles to do. No mercy. Gnome. No. I like that. I like that. Gnome mercy. Hello there. Welcome. 100 biddies from Stark. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you kindly. You got a question, Stark? I know we just talked yesterday, so. Getting low on this first cup of coffee. I might step away in just a minute to refuel that. But let's get those other questions in the chat, guys. Got your mods down to 445. That's good. I want to say, in the second how-to mod video is where there's a section called the threshing, where I deliberately built up a large amount of mods and showed you how I personally will process them. So there's probably some broad rules that you could apply and quickly cut down from 445, because you're still pretty full mob wise. So there's definitely a lot more to get done for you. Hey Zeta, one of my guildmates. This reminds me, I need to do TV. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I was part of the mass ping earlier, reminding to do it. It's like, yes. I know. Oh my god, I haven't done their energies. What are we doing today? I did just run through splicing materials pretty hard. This is the one that got devastated. Hey. Isaiah says, I always leave it until the morning and then kick myself in the morning, wishing I did it in the evening. Yeah, I mean, I deliberately left this knowing that, you guys are going to want to chat at some point during the off week. I told you I'd do a chill stream. Making good on that. Rioruk says, Tass, what do you think of the Drogenkron? Is it mainly an offensive tool? I think Leia is mostly an offensive tool in general. And the Drogenkron, I think, is going to be most useful. Because those buffs expire after each Rebel's individual owned first turn. Right? Like the health, I want to say. I'd have to pull it up here in a minute, but yeah. It's okay. It's definitely it's good. It's a good lifter to the team. How much it matters for defense? It does matter enough. Like there are a reasonable number of counters to Leia that are really depending on making Drogon go away. So for those of you that actually have the Drogon Omicron, and if you have your Drogon set up like mine, I do have them in an offense set, and then I have 3 health primaries, I want to say, and then a crit damage triangle. So he's over 100,000 health, therefore 150 in Grand Arena before getting boosted up by Leia's lead, or getting, well, anyway. Yeah, the Datacron ability is going to make him huge. So if you are the type that likes Leia on defense, I guess, yeah, that's significant to make him that much thicker for at least one turn. Sheepdog, what are your R10s that people aren't thinking about but should? That's a wonderful question. A really fun question. I admit that I don't watch a lot of other content creators' videos about Relic 10 recommendations because I'm at a place that very few players are, and anything that these other content creators would recommend are very likely things that I've long since had. So that I say that because I don't really know what is the scuttlebutt on what others are recommending for your top 20. But here, Relic Amp level, rank them. The ones that folks aren't thinking about, but they should. I think a lot of people have spoken about Bane, but Bane is really, really good because not only does it help him do everything just a little bit better, but you actually get Relic Delta. Relic Delta bonus is amplified by undermanning. So he, most teams that you're fighting with Bane, him being Relic 10, even at the top of Kyber 1, most teams are still just Relic 9 on defense, right? They might have a Relic 10 character or two shuffled in, but you're going to actually get some value out of Relic Delta in the near to medium term there. That's strong. And the essence of your question is things that are like not necessarily obvious, so I don't have to tell you why Satil's amazing. Luthen is really good. This is one that I, shamelessly stole from Fatal as an idea, in the sense that pushing this guy all that much higher for the sake of the summon, this summon. So that one's pretty good. Not a rank though. I did this one fairly recently. I wouldn't say it's like top of the list. Malicos is fairly obvious. Morgan, so there are a couple fights where you have to deal with protection disruption. It just so happens that it's more convenient for me to have her in protection, health, primary, and then this is a crit avoidance arrow. So kind of having these stats where she's as fast as she needs to be, a little lighter on armor, so having the crit avoidance is nice, and then pushing her to Relic 10 definitely helped her be up and over 100,000 health safely. Her protection pool's like very, very large, despite not having like at least 3 protection primaries. So I kind of liked this one. I can't tell you how many fights it's helped me win yet, but haven't been losing. Oppo is good because it fuels the summon. Trooper as well. I just did Kyle Katarn, but that's, partially to take advantage of this seasonal cron that's making him extra effective. This was one of the remods I did here in the off week. He's over 12,000 offense. He's got pretty much the 100% crit chance mark. He's a bad boy, man. And the Relic 10 is just going to help him do what he's doing a little bit better. Helped hit that offense mark. Now we've got a little bit of Relic Delta action on our side. And then, I don't know about you guys, but in your experience of fighting the Home 1 fleet, there are a number of fights that I can recall where when you get the poor RNG using Profundity, you still end up winning the fight. You might even be able to recover all your banners and get your 77 or 76. But there is often a phase where one or both of your non-tank ships are barely hanging on for like a turn or two. And in those situations, I wonder if just pushing Raven's Claw just a little bit higher might cause that much more pain. So I didn't do it for fleet-related reasons. I'm just saying it's kind of, an undeclared benefit, I guess. Long-term benefit. Let's see. As far as other good... Yeah, Afra's... Yeah, here's the Drogon. Just to be clear. The over 100,000 health. Just stacked to the gills with offense. He's a great Relic 10. Not only to capitalize on those health gains that are compounded by his Omicron, but then you have if you have him offense modded like mine, you're gaining something about 500 offense going Relic 9 to 10, which is pretty rare for attackers. Most attackers aren't getting that kind out of it, so I liked it. I do have a tab here where I keep my Relic 10 candidates that I'm thinking about. I guess I can purge Shin from there. She is... I've talked about this a couple times, so I'll be more brief. But her being at Relic 10 allowed me to do a remod where I pushed her. She's 330 speed now, which is not super important. What is important is she's at or over 100,000 health. I did this because the primary counter, at least where I'm at, for Balin is typically JML. We do have a Balin focused datacron right now where if somebody throws Dengar in there, that probably doesn't outright forbid JML from working, but it slows JML down, and JML usually does not want to deal with that. Because if Shin gets under stealth and out of your access, you can't get after her, that second turn of her is going to start causing real problems for you. So the idea here is that she used to have a more protection skew for her survivability, like a protection circle and so on, because that is going to give her more life total in more matches, in the most matches. But specifically because people are using JML, by going with this more health-based orientation, JML is using coins and driving those, using his leadership ability. We called it the coin, right? Driving that through Jedi Cal when Jedi Cal has riposte. So that would ignore all your protection. I'm not losing as much survivability now, being skewed towards health, so he still has to blast through that health. Now, if you're using a cron, a data cron that has high protection on it, and you can be something like 80, 100 plus percent, you're probably still going to be able to blow out Shin Hati in 2, maybe 3 coins, something like that. I can't say for sure. But as far as giving her the best chance of enduring specifically JML, that was the idea. Still great attacker stats. The speed is nice. That does put pressure on JML, maybe other things. So, I like that one. Other Relic 10s that are kind of in this list. Scorch, of course. Lord Vader and all of his cast are probably going to end up being eventually my first completely Relic 10 team. Marin, just for fighting Jabba. It's kind of a long-term thing. My Padawan Sabine. Padawan Sabine is really, really nasty on the Spectre team. Kind of underappreciated because we're mostly worried about, Exile Ezra, getting him off the table as soon as possible. And then, General Syndulla, so you're not dealing with Fracture running around the table. But if she gets the opportunity to get rolling on you, that's a problem. And you're usually just trying to quickly burst her down. Well, what if I told you, dear friends, that I put her in a health primary triangle, health primary arrow, crit damage triangle, health cross, health circle, 300 speed, 92,600 health, 10,000 damage in a crit damage set, and she's only going to be ramping crit chance and crit damage from there. Imagine if she were Relic 10, she'd be nigh on to 100,000 as a starting point. It's going to be tough to kind of burst through her. So as a low priority long-term one, I think she is going to be great at Relic 10, because that first use of her AoE often greatly damages or kills a soft character on the opposing team. The second use of that is often a team wipe. So imagine that amplified by Relic Delta, I know that somebody in the chat here just said Queen Amidala was somebody they're looking at. Definitely. She does fuel the size of her summon. And I see it. It's not super high priority for me, though. Hondo, just for more Hondo reasons. I mean, he's just nice to have that way. Balin, he has such a great tank profile. Like, he's just a big beneficiary of all this goodness. I haven't done it yet, though, because I'm not really seeing it yet, where I'm depending on him to have that much more tankiness to win the fight, right? Because like JML, you're just getting around Balin to blow up Shin first, right? You're not really trying to engage the thickness of Balin. Same with other traditional counters to Balin, like Bane, stuff like that. Like, you're not targeting Balin. You're not like stuck on Balin in his big thickness. You're AoEing the whole team down, Freya, you get the crit avoidance bonus. That's always spicy for her. The survivability is actually a big deal. That's kind of her role on her team, right? So much depends on keeping Lord of Betrayal on the board when you're using this team, so you need her to survive. Gets a ton of goodies. She gets a ton of goodies out of this. It's pretty much everything that you want for a character. They're a character that you want to stick around for it. Saw. So remember, Saw, I want to say there's more damage done by Explosive Trap based on his max health. Isn't that it? So you have a reasonable case. When exploding, take damage equal to 30% of the enemy Saw Gerrera's max health, which can't be evaded and can't defeat this character, so we can bring him down to 1 and then put Stagger on. So I put some work into him over the season. I forgot about this guy. My bad, guys. So at Relic 9, he's at 130,000 health. This is a reasonably difficult number to hit. 361 speed is excessive. He doesn't need to be this fast. But you know what? There are a couple folks that have pretty high Balins that are around 360. maybe being 361. And then also we get other speed bonuses in Saw's team that they don't. But all that combined might dissuade somebody or block them from using Balin. That's kind of nice. His huge health is crazy, though. And then just a little bit of armor sprinkled in. If he went to Relic 10, he'd be closer up to 38,000 health. And then you're remembering, you get 30... Well, let's see. The unique executes first. You get the 30% max health. I think just these multipliers end up being added. They don't execute, like the leadership doesn't modify the adjusted total from the unique. It's that both the unique and the leadership are going to take from what is the base health plus the Datacron stats added and go from there. So yeah, with any amount of health on here, we're talking... Here, hold on, let me pull out the calculator. So 130,185 times 1.6, right? That was... I just hit the wrong button, that's all. That makes sense. Yeah. Don't hit subtract button next time. Okay, so that's 208,296 health as he stands right now. So if I made him, let's just say, 138,000 times 6... 220,000 health at battle start, yeah? That though, when those explosive trap bombs go off, just the end. So that's pretty sexy. Eric T. Russell says, why Relic 10 Marin to better withstand the assault from Bausch and friends, in the Jabba matchup. That's mainly the reason. My Marin is very well kitted for that job, and for that reason, I haven't made the push. You can see I have +0 added health, so that thermal detonators that do land on her are having, less effect, because it's doing damage based on the victim's own max health. So we've minimized damage on that side. We put up a ton of protection, which is great. That's what we need as the main survivability stat to endure the assault from Bausch and friends. Speed, like I said earlier, is just incidental. The potency, yeah, it's I don't really sweat it. Usually that's something I can easily find out of Datacrons if I need it. And then a very solid amount of tenacity. She used to be 270, but I pulled some mods around. She's down to 260, but if I made her Relic 10, she'd be back to 270. And that is robust indeed. The crit avoidance she also gains from relics, so she'd go up to, I want to say, 32 with this. That is also very helpful against Bausch. So, you're thinking about it. Big gains of survivability, minor gains of armor, another 10% tenacity, another, a little over 10% crit avoidance. It's kind of everything she wants for surviving that Jabba matchup, but that's really the only use case. And again, if you've put the kind of mods, like really good mods into her that I have, buy yourself a lot of time for when you feel that you actually need to do that. Because if I felt I did, I would have by now. I don't. I'd nevertheless acknowledge that she's probably going to get it at some point. All right, we'll wait until the ads are over. I see that this got cut off. But Eric, I don't think you got cut off by ads, so I think you got your answer out. I hope. I'll wait to finish this question, though, until we're back. Good stuff. Keep getting those questions in the chat, party people. Hey, you guys said you wanted to see a Satele, didn't you? Can do it here. Queen is a very reliable team, but let's see what we're actually working with here. We're gonna take, just full Old Republic Jedi, put them to the test. All right, great. We are back from ads, and just in time to watch JKR get rolled. Oh, that's the equalization from Satil. I'm thinking, how did Savior just proc on JKR? But it didn't. Mark you first, then. To hell with you, power. Big taunt. Yeah, it's a nice protection up shield. How do you want to do this? I already have Mark, so there's no need to burn that. Let's see what kind of hit we're dealing with. Right? Not cataclysmic, I would say. Stay on target. I will say this counter is going to be pretty nice for control, because we are going to land our CC abilities, that legendary battle meditation. So yeah, there's a couple more Relic 10s I can answer about, but I just wanted to wait while we were in that ad set. I'm going to start adding up. Still though, like, we feel really solid, right? But pretty light on damage. You are really relying on serious hits coming out of Steel. Oh yeah, Stark, you found a good DB counter? Glad to hear that. Sure, we can put that up. Need to keep that up. I do like JKR and Satil having relatively close speed. Like, he's at 340 and she was at 330. Now she's at 321. It's nice to keep that gap pretty tight, but we can make this work just fine. I really like how they cycle ability. Which CM is this one? It's the top left one in light side. Jedi Cal lead. Oh, Jedi Cal lead, man. Do you have any of the Omicrons for him? He is crazy in TB, you know? Look at how nice this is. You see this? Look at the TM swap. This is going to feel great in Grand Arena, guys. This is going to be great. Keep it cool. Yeah. Oh, stun. What? Axe. Stop it. Stop using abilities. Kill it. Okay. You had the TB Omis, but it was full auto. With the TB Omis, I'm not in the least bit surprised. Not in the least bit surprised. You want to talk about just a conquering hero, man. Few units are as insane in TB as Jedi Cal. Need to work on my Jolie. I've got him at 9. It's definitely a high level of investment. But as you're seeing here, you know, they're not really doing a lot to him. The team has such great recovery mechanisms. Just crushing. Pass is a defense set on R2. Okay, I'm out of fast health sets. Defense is better for R2's own survivability. The reason why he's traditionally something like, you know, health, all health, or like mine is offense health. Both offense and health are modified by R2 and then shared to allies. Whereas I don't know, I'd have to check. I don't think his defense is. I don't think it is. The answer is it's fine. It sounds like it's the second best option. which is perfectly serviceable, just not optimal. Yeah. It just exploded. Yeah, it was still arguably the best early game Zeta. Oh, for Joe Lee? Yeah, that one's pretty frustrating to get stonewalled by. Okay, the Pilkus on YouTube says, sorry, listening to the stream in the background. When talking about Relic 10s, what would be your suggestion for like the top 5 Relic 10s to get first on every roster? That's a great question. We'll take a look at that just as soon as I'm out of this battle, so we can give it the attention it's due. Oh. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Grand Arena. And if the team wasn't so easily rolled by Sith Eternal and probably a few other things, it would be great to see how much an enemy might struggle against how thick I've got her modded, because when that protection-based true damage gets rolling, that's a bad time. See how solid everybody is, by the way? This mission can hit very hard, and these guys are not doing meaningful threat. Like Queen struggles. Like I think I might use this over Queen going forward, because Queen's a pretty solid counter for this mission. This is dummy. This is dummy level easy. Pretty impressed with that. Oh, dig it. Jonesy, are all Satil Omicrons mandatory, or can we skip this in the special? Sure, we can take a look at that. I'm going to let you guys know right now, I'm probably going to get pestered in the next few minutes to fix up my daughter with something to eat. I got something I can put together for her pretty quickly. But I need to take a short break here in a few. Finishing up what I was just quickly saying about other Relic 10s in this list that are good. I mean, R2-D2 just for the stat share, like I was saying. Rey, because she's a high priority target on Slacker's team. He generally benefits from just about everything that the Relic 10 gives. SM33 and Brutus just to enhance their roles as Giga Chad attackers. Crosshair, and Fatal also has Fugitive Omega done as well. Like we all, there's not a lot of argument about the value of Relic 10 on Mercenary Wrecker, because if you're using him to punch up into stuff like Pirate King, then it really does matter that he stands up as long as possible before he gets put into captive. You can win the fight and recover him and even finish with high banners and everything, but one of the ways that you can lose that fight is if your Mercenary Wrecker goes into captive too quickly. You haven't had enough time to drop the stacks of Shaken off of Crosshair. You're not ready to pop off, so they're able to close you guys out before you're able to get Wrecker back up on his feet and taunt up. So Wrecker is just undeniably good. Crosshair is nuanced because the biggest gain is the 10% accuracy, which is basically taking off, I want to say, like 2 stacks of Shaken just for existing. So that means he becomes effective in the fight and gets his snipe that much sooner. Kind of nice. Fugitive Omega, I think he just... I can't speak to the reasons he took that. I don't know that I have plans to do Fugitive Omega anytime soon to Relic 10. Anyways, you guys just asked about the Satil Omicrons, and then I know the top 5 Relic 10s. The Satil question is going to be brief, I think. What do we got here? This is essential. This special ability is essential. There can be no doubt. But the leadership is essential. There's no argument. I think this is the least important, the least critical of the 3, but yes, I also think this is essential. This is a big benefit. Whenever an Old Republic ally with less than 20% health is damaged, they equalize their health with the strongest enemy. That's kind of a busted effect. Okay? And then, if all allies were Old Republic at the start of battle, their revives can't be prevented. This is what I was talking about earlier. This effect persists through defeat. So even when Satele gets blown out, if Jolie is still on deck, he can still bring everything. This is like your security blanket. Maybe you need this least of the three, because if you're generally using this team on offense and you're confident in the matchup that you're picking, I think you'll be fine. It's not something you really need to worry about. You know? But otherwise, yeah, I would definitely get three. All right, as far as top 5 Relic 10s that everybody should pick up. So we'll take JML and just get this easy one out of the way, right? He's one of the highest value Relic 10s. You not only get the benefit of it pushing up the Galactic Legend unique one more tick, he's a big beneficiary as a tank character of protection, so now you get to hit crazy figures like 190,000 protection here at Relic 10. Some of the players I'm fighting are 195, maybe even a little higher. I don't think I've seen 200, but I've seen some pretty good 195s. You can hit these kind of crazy numbers. So you get this big game. This is what everybody's thinking about, right? What is underappreciated is the 10% potency. The guy has a pretty high base potency, and it's you do want him to have at least 100%. It's really nice to have his ability block and breach from Efflux land. It's really, really nice. So giving that a leg up is great. A lot of folks find that they need... Oh, what are we asking for? I see. My daughter, my nonverbal daughter, went and looted the fridge and has brought me a pack of Jell-O. This indicates our desire for breakfast. So, we've got the music on. I will continue with this question when I get back. We'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for joining me, and see you in a minute. All right. I'm back. Sorry, that was a longer delay than I had intended, but a little longer than I'd hoped to put things together. All right, where were we? We were just talking about the top 5 Relic 10s that everybody should have. JML is good, very high value. For the protection, which is what I mentioned earlier, but the nice thing is, when you get that free 10% potency, if you want to have that 100% potency, a lot of folks feel that they need to have, if not a potency 2-piece, certainly something like a potency cross, which is not optimal. You would prefer this to be protection, so that you can just hit that much harder with him, with the coin. Putting him at Relic 10 gives him that boost, such that with just a 2-piece of potency. And I guess this is a really strong potency secondary, but look at the rest of these mods. They're not really packing much potency-wise. So you could say that the potency burden for the entire mod set's pretty low. A 2-piece potency is what? What is that? 15%. And then another 11.5 out of that. So, not terribly difficult to hit. He also gets crit avoidance from that. So now he's at 43% crit avoidance with nothing else harming him. That little smidge of armor pushing him up to 70%, which is nice. It's just a really high value game going in that one. Let's see here. The Pilka says, interesting with JML. The word going around is that JML's fallen off, especially with potentially losing Revan. I would say that he is weaker without JKR, but that kind of makes me want to lean into the mechanics of his team that much more. Like, I would think that makes a case in favor of pushing him higher, because you're relying even more now than ever on his leadership ability, those coins, the granted ability. That needs to slap, yo. So, I thought. Back to the next top candidate. Rey is a really good one. I don't care who tells you otherwise. Anybody that tells you that Rey is not the most consistently high-performing galactic, single team really, but certainly of the Galactic Legends. This is the best defensive team in Galaxy of Heroes since it came out. Has it been easily beaten by teams in certain metas of the past? Sure. Is she always the stopper on your defense? No. But she is consistently one of the best performing teams. You're amplifying her Galactic Legend unique, same as any other GL. She is happy to gain the bit of health. I would say that the offense game wasn't that big as I recall, so it wasn't really for a lot of offense, but the health is crazy. The health being this high is really nuts. This is nasty. Like, this kind of number, 245,000 health, used to be a number that you'd hit being boosted by a Datacron. So, these are just a good one. I guess another easy one to mention is Darth Revan. The fact is, you're really put on the back foot fighting Leviathan if you're going for this mirror match. If they're Relic 10 and you're not, woe one to you. You're probably going to lose, and if you win, it's going to be with poor banners. It's tough losing those coin flips, especially losing them reliably. So consider that. The more you're fighting people that have Relic 10 Darth Revan, the more you will be disadvantaged. You know, assuming they set it. Other high value one. So what? That brings us to 3. We're talking about the top 5. So I mean, a lot of really good choices here. I get 2 more to recommend. Part of me wants to say Starkiller and Slacker. Another part of me wants to tell you Ezra Exile from Ben Solo? And I'm assuming this question is being asked to the spirit, irrespective of whatever the current data crop. So, Leia is a really good one, but you don't really so early set up comfortably later. So, I like that one. The Slacker Relic 10 is nice because if you're going to rock at least 3 health primaries, then, assuming that you've also got some good secondaries in there, you can push up on 180,000 health, still having a crit damage triangle. And if you were really worried about it, you'd be comfortably around 200,000, I would say, if you had this triangle switched over to health as well. Although I do think the crit damage triangle is worth keeping. 180,000 health is huge. If you've seen me in 3 versus 3 against this Vayne Crom, a couple times Vayne got loose and put in a hit or two on Slacker. Many people's Slackers just fall right over. Mine was able to take a hit or so and survive long enough to pop off ult and stabilize and finish the fight. There is value here. How much you need these specific benefits I'm talking about, you decide, but I took this one fairly early. So yeah, Starkiller, this is assuming that you have Stranger. Starkiller is dropping that ship, and that ship damage is based on his max health, so he will gain a good chunk. Here, I've made the emphasis to push him up over 110,000 health. It's a pretty nasty package he's bringing to the table, so that is a good one, because Stranger is a nasty team, but Starkiller, make no mistake, even though Stranger's a great character here, and I also do have him at Relic 10, Starkiller is certainly the priority between the two. You might say, wow, you'd say Starkiller over Maul Hate-Fueled? Maybe not. That's kind of tough to say. All right, so what I say the first 3 were conclusively JML, Darth Revan, Rey. Yeah, I won't walk any of that back. If you got the Stranger team, probably Maul Hate-Fueled is a really solid choice. Otherwise, I do want to just give solid mention to Ezra. Ezra gains the same survivability stuff as anybody else. He gains evasion straight up from the relic, a little bit of evasion. And because you're giving him that much more mastery when he starts the fight, mastery is, as his mastery increases, his dodge increases. So a little extra season, not terribly too much. The crit avoidance bends his way. The little bit of armor bends his way. He uses just about everything. Like the tenacity is good for him. The potency is good for him. The crit chance is probably not essential, but nice. So I want to say that is a good one. And then Ben Solo, a lot of people, I think everybody should have him set up in a configuration to do damage. Some people have crit damage. I do offense. But as a special damage dealer, it takes quite a bit to push his crit chance up high enough where you can have reliability on that. 70%'s the floor. It'd be better if it was 80%, but here at Relic 10, with only 19% crit chance added from mods, he's at 75% special crit chance and 19,555. By the way, this is a guy that gains a respectable little chunk of offense going Relic 8 to 9. It seems the special damage dealers profit a little bit more than the physical, I would say. It also depends on how good your offense secondary to multiply out that little flat chunk of offense you get. So this is really good though. And this was my first trio of Relic 10 in service was Rey, Swolo, Ezra, and 3 versus 3. There's not one of my opponents that's just, filled with joy and glee when they open up the board to see that. Nobody's grateful for the experience, I assure you. So, certainly those first 3 are locked in. JML, Rey, Darth Revan. And then I guess you start getting into where are your pain points pretty quickly. Hopefully that answers you. Okay, Dude's third cousin. Satil is probably the very best Relic 10. I mean, in terms of converting that protection, which is massive, into damage, nobody does it better. That I can accept that point. The question is, as always, with assigning resources in this game, what does that Relic 10 let you kill that the Relic 9 didn't? I put the Relic 10 on to stunt. You know, like, I can, so I did. And I loved it. And I have no regrets. But I don't have an answer for you about what match is essential. Like, where are you feeling underserved by going in Relic 9? On what fight versus Relic 10? I'm not saying the answer doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't know it. So, worthwhile Relic 10? Yes. Super high priority? One of the best uses of Relic 10 materials? Absolutely. All right. Back to the list. I'm Zoltar says, I feel like JML's biggest weakness is not having any Omicrons on his team. All Galactic Legends that are better than him have Omis on their team. If when he gets a lifter, he's gonna be a monster. Yeah, he is certainly one of the weaker ones, and he doesn't. I don't feel like he needs a lot of help. Like, he needs help to be better for sure, but in terms of how much more kit needs to be added into the JML team, not a lot. It doesn't need a lot to actually become really nasty. So I agree with you. Stark hit me with the hydrate. I appreciate that. I did, combine the breakfast fixing for my daughter with refueling the coffee. So got that squared away. All right. We're back from ads. Great. Captain Blackbeard said Luthen and Satil as far as high value Relic 10s. Oh, I think I did mention Luthen earlier. Right. Luthen is good, man. Probably not top 5 for anybody. Jonesy says, can you please show again your Satil? Yeah, by the way, guys, I want to show you this real quick. If you're not already part of my Discord community, let me drop the link for that. But in my Discord and any number of other Swugga Discords, it's pretty common for most Swugga Discord communities to have it. But I wanted to show you guys the bots channel. In the bots channel on my Discord, you can pull any of my, like, I keep my characters in their Grand Arena mods full time. So anywhere that you can access Hotbot, for example, we'll do Toon and we'll do Satil. And then just specify the user or my ally code. You can look me up to get my ally code, whatever way you want to use it. But if you use user and Tassenix, just like this, like, I don't have to put in that extra bit for myself. If I'm pulling it on myself, Hotbot assumes that if you don't specify, you're asking about yourself. But if you're doing this, you're just going to do Toon, Satil, Shan, user, Tassenix, and you can pull any of my characters in how I keep them. So, yeah, that's just... I talk to people, I assume everybody knows this, but I still talk to people on a pretty regular basis that are like, I didn't know that was there. I didn't even know that I could do that. So hopefully that helps. And yeah, here's Satil anyway. And you asked what? Is 240,000 protection with 315 speed okay? That's fine. That is better than fine. That is better than fine. You're going to do just fine. Trying to make this team to perform well with modding, so any advice would be appreciated. I mean, you kind of get the gist, right? Like, she's doing damage based on her protection. You are able to increase her protection over the course of the fight, feeding you more true damage. Her allies are doing bonus true damage when they attack marked enemies from JKR. That true damage is based on a percentage of Satil's, ever increasing max protection. So you kind of get the idea. Having JKR being fast is very important. I also think it's very helpful to have as little speed gap as you can afford to have between Satil and JKR. Because if you were watching when I was just doing that TB fight, you kind of get the intuitive benefit there that right when it's JKR's turn, you're usually having Satil. Like my Satil's 321 and my JKR's 340. I used to have Satil at 330. It feels pretty much the same between 320 and 330, I would say. So maybe having like a 20 speed gap between JKR and Satil feels like they're pretty well in step. I don't know how much further outside of that gap that really holds. But the idea is that you could see that pretty much every 2 out of 3 JKR turns, his turn would line up with Satil's just behind him. So it was always at my discretion. Was it better for me to mark a target and continue focusing on somebody? Or was it better to turn meter swap to Satil, have her hit first, and or put up taunt first, and then have the high turn meter on JKR to almost immediately act anyway? Both of them are then down at practically 0 TM. They'll come back up with pretty much the same thing. Like Satil just ahead of JKR or something. It's really nice though. So you don't need to have numbers this high, but you can see the idea. Like we want the protection to be as crazy as possible. Generically for a tank, as close to 80% armor as a nominal figure is super helpful, but how much of, I had her at 78% last week and didn't drop any fights. And if I did, it would have been because JKR would have gotten blown out by a stranger or something like that. Not because of Satil's armor, right? So this feels more like a stretch goal to get that armor, but still, as the main tank of the team, it's kind of nice, right? It's a nice mark, not essential. So super high prot, recommended to have the speed as close as you can afford to JKR. JKR as fast as you can afford to make him. I have him 340. Some people have him in the 330s. That's okay. Some crazy folks I know are pushing up and around 350. I don't think that's neat, but there may be a matchup where that much more speed is required. I don't know it yet. It could be there, though. Motel Botel says, do you think JML needs an attacker, support, healer, or tank lifter? I think... Let's just say it's an attacker just to neatly replace what JKR is, because I think that's less important than what the actual ability is, right? You could have... For example, like JKR is an attacker, but the benefits to his team isn't about how much damage he does, right? It's about being able to select the right target, being able to pass turn meter, cleanse debuffs on your own team at the right time, like just tactical advantages in the fight more than damage itself. And yeah, that is something that JML can get by other means than a character that is specifically tagged as an attacker. So that's less important to me than what the actual kit is. You're needing clearly that ability to access targets that JKR used to give us. Yeah, I feel like it's more about abilities that he needs than damage. We need another character to bring another few effects in, So that's what I feel more than... Clearly not a tank, right? It could be a support, probably not a healer, probably an attacker or support if I had to guess, as far as what role would act. Good questions, guys. Keep them coming. I should probably get back into TB before I start getting nasty grams. Yeah, we did a pretty convincing Satil fight there. This is always fun, putting... Jedi Vanguard on auto on any level of this team. That is hilarious. Yes, I do have a very highly kitted JMM team. How much of that is essential to this? I don't know, because I think we also have another Omicron here on this team, don't we? For TV. Feels pretty dominant, you'll see. Made a really interesting cocktail last night. So I like old fashions, right? I like them better though these days with rye than with bourbon. So rye old fashioned, instead of your traditional Angostura bitters, I went with black walnut bitters. And then instead of simple syrup, hot honey. Really cool drink. My only complaint, the hot honey was a bit too viscous. Like simple syrup flows a little bit better and blends better into the drink. So you really had to vigorously stir that drink up to get the honey into it, and then it, like, immediately try to sink. It did not try to suspend in the alcohol at all. But gotta tell you, that was really tasty. I will be making that. You know what? I wonder if just heating up the syrup a little, just loosening it up, would help. I have to think about that. Tuakuma says JML needs an everything lifter. He needs just a few more abilities to be a real serious full-time prop. Like something slightly better than JKR, right? Because we've all kind of felt that JKR's or JML rather has been one of the weaker Galactic Legends, even after they added Jedi Cal. So the team really couldn't afford the loss of JKR without feeling like he's really limping along, yeah? So something slightly better than JKR is due to us, I would say. This fight, they like to Cassian, but because I have just this giga-ass Leia, love doing this with Leia. I think about R2 Relic 10. I've already got Leia and Krogan. 4-3 being Relic 10. Nasty. The question queue is clear, guys, so keep them coming. You guys are perilously close to allowing me to actually make progress on TB, and we can't have that. You guys want to see me get sweated by my guild officer. I know it. K2 is just having a day. Empire lifts back. Good morning, Taz. How's the weekend so far? It's been great. Been great. Chilling out. How's yours been? Alright, Tuakuma says, I'm like 5 relic levels away from unlocking JML's my 6th GL. I'm mostly looking forward to easier Conquest Survive feats. That's fair. Yeah, for the no attacker feats, like JML with a bunch of supporting Jedi is classic and effective combo. Kind of sad to say that that's kind of your use case, but I get it, you know? Alright, I was about to say, this is... Yeah. Have you tried the new TFT set? Oh, did they just update that? I haven't played in recent weeks, so no. If it was in the last, I don't know, 3 or so weeks, I've not played. Did the season end, finally? Has that been done? Anyway. I should check it out, though, Dr. Faust. I enjoy TFT. Sheepdog says, you need to do a 2-to-1 ratio for hot honey to water to create a syrup for cocktails. Okay, I could do that. I will. Yeah, it was definitely too viscous. Sure. Thanks for that. All right. Your weekend was good, Empire. Getting Afra beefed up before 5 vs. 5. I'll admit IG-90 might be my new favorite character. Yeah, man. I would... That character's put a lot of life back into Afra. It's a very exciting team. Like, when we were last here in 5 vs. 5, it wasn't really that worthwhile to put on defense because Gungans had the attacker cron, right? We still had set 25. That was our last hurrah, last 5 vs. 5. And you had, like, high armor penetration, the attacker level 6. It was Trivial work for Gungans to cut through Afra. I wonder if it will be... Okay, Akuma. Yeah, your JML... Okay, yeah, okay. He's put on ice until Queen and Ezra are done. Don't have Ben, but better than nothing for Ray. Okay, I see that. You're really curious how DVDE will be without his focus Datacron. I'm a little worried he'll be kind of mid. You may be right to be concerned. So, I don't know that I can bring you tales of hope and light about that one. I don't know. It's tough to say. Difficult to see the future is, you know? It's really dependent on what the Datacrons are on offer at a given time. One thing you can say is that that team doesn't really need a lot of help. Like, the Focus Datacron does add a wrinkle to it, but it's a wrinkle people are playing around with teams that are... Like, you've seen me last season do DTMG, where you are planning to do not less than 2 moves that are going to call people to attack out of turn, right? So you know that you're triggering that proc for the DVDE level 9, and you're still playing through anyway. So, I don't know. But if they bring back another Datacron set that, let's say it's not even attacker, but something that offers just significant generic power to attacking characters, he does not need a lot of help, man. Any thoughts on my next Relic 10? Almost assuredly will be Cassian. So I was caught flat-footed for the first era battle of the previous era. I didn't have all of the characters all at Relic 9 with Spider Maul. Spider Maul was Relic 10, but a couple of the other characters weren't Relic 9. So that first light side battle, I think I was able to max out. I had all those characters done, but a couple of the Darksiders I didn't. So when the dark side version of it came out, I wasn't able to max it. Didn't care for that. Did not care for that feeling, man. Did not care for losing out on the 5 Relic 10 materials, the whatever they're called. So, yeah, doing my very best to be prepared completely so that I can max out the related era battle on its first offering. Otherwise, outside of that, we can take a look in a minute. It might be Jolie. It might be Jolie. Like, I'm a little worried about him going into this week, knowing that I'm really not in a position to move him into defense mods. I might take a second look at it, try and swap out health mods for defense mods. Just look for good health secondaries to make up the difference, because high health is still pretty important on him, and it's not going to feel great to dip under 150,000. So pushing him up to Relic 10 would almost shoo me in for a minimum of 150. The little bit of armor will help with our defense modding. The crit avoidance stacking, he gets it from every, the higher relics anyway, and then the Relic 10 giving another flat 10 besides. Very nice. Egnards just raided in. Welcome, Egg. And 6 viewers besides. Welcome, Raiders. How's everybody doing? What were you up to this morning, Egnards? What were you digging into? We're just doing some TV, taking some Q&A from the audience, doing some Q&A with the audience. All the good stuff. Okay, here. Oh yeah, we did quickly say I'd take a look at the next Relic 10. It's like Jolie is pretty high on the list for perfectly. But if I went back to my... At this point, and for the folks at home, I'm like something like 33 Relic 10s. So we are talking about deliberately looking for who's actually giving us advantages worth it, because we're far on down the tree. Um, maybe Savage. Maybe Savage. Did not care for Luke Savage last season. He is the main tank of that team. His stat profile is that of an attacker, so it's not all that easy. With 21% armor added, he's all of 72% armor. And these two defense mods are, well sorry, this health mod, all right, it's not doing it. But we got a big chunk of defense on this one, and that's my cope for why I'm keeping him in a 2-piece of health. Have to fill every slot. Egnards, you stole all my Twitch viewers. All my diehards are on YouTube. Oh man, I'm sorry. This is why I don't actually have a posted schedule. Random streams, random times. I'm happy to be here when I can, and I hope folks feel the same. They can show up whenever they like, whenever I'm going. And, I am sorry. I did not realize I was picking your audience, man. Sorry about that. Darth Link, hey Atas, didn't know Leia was that easy on auto. Don't be fooled. I was not playing that on auto the whole time. I played the first round of the 2 by hand, and then the second round, once I knew I was in like a strongly stable spot, like basically after Leia pops her first ult in the second stage, then you can put it on auto, if everybody's alive. Sometimes you go into that second stage and not everybody's alive, then I try and make sure that I set the stage for them to be revived, then put it on. No Queen Relic 10. I'm not really feeling the urgency again. Like, this was a pain point for me losing Savage in that fight against a Saw team last 3 versus 3. And that's kind of what I think about now. Like, 33 Relic 10s deep, I'm really thinking about, is it going to make them do their job even better? Or is it going to resolve a pain point that I'm feeling? And that's part of why I did Shin to Relic 10, right? For the reasons I already described. And, yeah. Savage is kind of up there. Because I'm pretty confident that since I'm using Satil on offense, Joe Lee, being the way he is, not the super highest priority character to make Relic 10 for those perfectly valid survivability reasons. Let's see here. Yeah, hopefully the brunch was good, Egnards. Again, sorry to crash your party. Username 12453 says, what are your thoughts on top datacrons you're going to wail on from this set? I did pick up the calendar, but I haven't really been dumping crystals into it otherwise. As always, I preloaded at the end of the last conquest about 300 energy, so I was able to roll in strong. Got to Sector 4 on day 2 or day 3, and then just been grinding Sector 1 for new datacrons, and then mixing it up between Sectors 3 and 4, depending on which of those materials I was needing more of. And yeah, as far as like the high priority ones to go in for this week, the very high priority ones. There's other ones that are good, but Drogon and Grand Inquisitor, I would say, are the top priorities to pick up. I know people are excited about Hera, Chirrut. There might be a couple others worth mentioning, but the stars of this season are these two. And what's interesting here is that the stat profile on this Datacron set is the same as set 28. So you have lower urgency to get crons of this set just to have the desired stats. Like if you've got what you need for defense and stuff from the previous, you don't have to go all that deep. But this set does have defense. Eventually, set 28 will expire. Don't get caught flat-footed without any kind of defense. And also, we just had set 26, that blue set, expire. One of the biggest features of that was light side 25% turn meter and high protection on the stat. You can still get that light side turn meter and, I want to say, protection on the stat out of this orange set, so you got a brief reprieve on that. But for any of the crons that weren't that light side 25% turn meter, think about what you need to replace that you just lost. It's kind of how I think about it. See here. Still use Stormtrooper, Luke, and Han next TV. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Savage I am thinking about. Rick99 says, Tass, is crit chance at all useful on R2? No, not really. Like, is it useful for every character to crit when they do stuff? Yeah, sure. But his priorities are sharing stats and not dying. So having very high health, that's why you'll see mine is in an offense health set or health primaries. High offense secondaries, and I want to say he's in the 290s right now. Nominally, I'd like him about 300, but it's not the end of it. The priorities are the health first, then the offense. Because you want that getting shared out, and him being just huge helps him tank stuff like the odd Ray Whirlwind. Link says, you're still in Sector 3? You hate this mode? I'm no fan of Conquest, but if you being still in Sector 3 feels like a choice. I know you spend, Link, so I know you got that calendar. And even folks without the calendar don't have that. One notable thing, I don't pick up the Conquest Pass anymore because I don't really feel I need it. I do pick up the calendar, like I mentioned. And I think when we're on the third run of this conquest, I might buy the pass just to get the titles and stuff that'll only be available. Like this icon, you only get. I'm probably not even going to use it, but you know, it's a FOMO thing. It'll eventually be gone and never come back. So I might buy it just for that stuff in like the last run of it. Is this title even good? Marshall? I mean, it's cool. So, anyways, like I don't even really go with the conquest pass anymore. Except for that stuff. You always procrastinate till the day before lock? Man, that is stressful, Link. That is a stressful way to live your life. Empire Lifts Back says, you think Balin will be more of an asset on defense in 5s with this focused Datacron? I feel like seeing him on 3s in defense would be an easy bout for JML, JKL, and Jedi Cal. I did whale to get that paid version, the one you had to pay cash for, of the Balin focused Datacron, and I had that for week 3 of last 5 vs 5. I want to say I ran it on defense definitely once, maybe twice. I don't recall being wowed. Granted, we also had set 25 last. So it's a different environment. I'm almost certainly going to attempt him on defense at least once, just to test exactly this question. As far as whether or not it's going to be impressive, I have managed expectation. I think that keeping him for offense, I'll always be able to find a good use. And it's historically, it's an insurance against the odd appearance of something like JMK Ezra, which otherwise has precious few clean ways through. Hey, a super chat from username. Man, it has been a very long time since we had a super chat. So thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. I don't even know what unit of money is QAR. Whatever that is. Thank you. Very generous of you. And your question is, so what stats do you prioritize for Drogon, Grand Inquisitor Datacrons, and any other Batch 2 Datacrons? Batch 2? You mean like for Bad Batch? You mean like what I'd be building for that? So as far as the Drogon Cron, historically, you really want high crit damage on this. Health is a good complementary stat for it. You know, you're generally going for mostly crit damage. A good chunk of health is nice. I'll keep, like, having one of the big rolls being health, like this one, is okay. This isn't a strong roll, though. It'd be nice if it was closer to 30. As you can see, I'm already at the 80 cost rerolls here, so not likely to work with this one further. This one being defense is livable, right? You know, using this team on offense, you're sometimes worried about how much damage Drogon might take, or 2 might take at any given moment. You know you won't regret having this if you end up getting a chunk of defense that stubbornly won't roll away into crit damage or health. But, yeah, as far as the 3 and 6, there's some options here. I like the 6 that... if you have an ally that gets critically hit, they get 100% crit avoidance and crit chance. as some people painfully learned last season, doing Leia versus Ahsoka Ezra, Rey Ezra, you really it's if they're wearing like that Hermit Yodacron with the 80% crit avoidance granted by the Datacron, uh, you really actually do need to land that big crit with Drogon. You actually do. And if you don't, you are cooked. So the crit avoidance and the crit chance being handed to Drogon if he gets critically hit is potentially very interesting. Riposte is nice. It's nice. It's nice. Not a bad one. So I have it for now. The light side level 3 is pretty cool. I think that you're doing a lot of buffs on the Leia team, so this restoration is going to be unusually good value for this team. It has to be noted that this latest Datacron set has very weak level 3 abilities for light side. This is just making the best of poor options. And yeah, this is just a stubborn chunk of offense I couldn't roll away. I could try and roll it right now, but look at it. It's almost a perfect roll for offense. Even if I do make it land on crit damage, it's probably going to give me a 10% roll, the cheap bastard. Do you know what I'm saying? Answering about the Grand Inquisitor Kron, I classically like armor penetration and crit damage. Your Grand Inquisitor, your 8th brother, definitely strong beneficiaries of armor penetration. Turn meter level 3, I don't think is that great for these guys because, you're always going to get that bonus turn for Grand Inquisitor, and depending on how you open that, is it a fight that you're opening up with the ability block? Then are you really worried about all of them taking their first turn while they're busy being ability blocked? Or if you're opening up with Torture, that might be a case that you have a little more concern about everybody getting to go before the enemy team gets to make a move. So there could be an intelligent argument for that kind of narrow case to have turn meter. Otherwise, I think the dark side buffs up level 3, these offensive buffs, is the just generically better feel. As far as survivability stats, I generally have these guys, like Reeva's the exception. I have her more skewed towards health because when she revives, she has health, not health and protection. So aside from her, these guys all have kind of more of a protection skew, so protection's great. In lieu of that, defense is nice. I've got a stubborn chunk of almost perfect defense that I'm not going to run away. This offense, I'd prefer if it was armor penetration or even crit damage, but I'm not going to complain. I can't make it really go away. Got some good armor pen rolls. No real solid protection rolls, but again, if in lieu of having that big chunk of protection, am I going to feel bad about having something on the order of 185% defense on this Kron? No. So there are priorities for the stats, but you're going to find that pursuing the exact stats you want on this set, it's not easy. So kind of develop a sense of what you can do with what you end up getting. I really was happy seeing 2 defense rolls, not knowing what this Kron would become. When I saw this dark side level 3, I was like, okay, we'll see. The 2 armor penetration slices that popped right up. I didn't re-roll for these. That made me think Inquisitors. Then we got, the 6. And then these last 2 is like, yeah, these are probably just not worth trying to get rid of. Hats off from Stark Strategy Gamer. Thank you so much for tuning in, man. Appreciate you making the time to be here. Always a pleasure. All right. I think we answered the first part of your question. And then as far as, so yeah, you meant batch 1 and batch 2 is tier 1 and tier 2 priorities. Tier 2 priorities would be like Chirrut, in which case, see, that's really the question is, Chirrut I think is going to be best served under Saw. Are you using this Kron or are you using the Kyle Katarn Kron? I think I'm probably mostly doing the Kyle Katarn Kron. So that said, obviously Chirrut 9. The 6, have a look. I don't know. Riposte or the defense penetration up and the offense up. This is, so you think about it, like we've seen how effective that mercenary defense penetration Kron is. in terms of fueling Saw, fueling the summon from Luthen. So if you're gonna drop that Kron to pick up and run this Chirrut Kron, you can, do some work to regain what was lost by having this level 6 ability. I actually like that one a lot. And as far as level 3 for these guys, yeah, buffs all over the place getting handed out on Saw's team, so this recovery of health and protection seems like a good fit. Saw is needing to stand up to teams like Inquisitors, so defense will help resist that. So this Kron's actually a very poor choice for me. Try and roll into being Saw Kron. I'm better off using this Kron for the high potency that it has somewhere and making a new Kron from the ground up from Chirrut, because I'd have to reroll the 3, the 6, and the stats. Kind of not ideal. That said, crit damage, armor penetration, right, to go along with that defense penetration level 6 and fuel our attackers. Health is, of course, nice for the reasons we discussed earlier. Running this team with Saw. Saw is his explosive trap ends up doing damage based on Saw's own max health. The health on the other allies stacks favorably with their healing over time. Stuff like that. It's good. Good. Luthen summon with riposte sounds really nasty, Darthlink. I completely agree. So anyway, Chirrut is a good second tier item. A lot of these, I would say, if you're not on my Discord, let me show you this. In my announcements channel a few days ago, I used to make videos on Datacron sets, and as the time has gone on, it's harder and harder to find the time. Like other video series that I want to continue and keep making, stuff like my mod guides and other little pet projects that I like to do, it's tougher to find the time for these days. And for that reason, I decided to collaborate with a good friend, a patron, and another content creator in his own right, the Lost Womp Rat, who, beloved member of the community, and he's got a better artistic hand than I do, as you can see. But yeah, in the announcements on my Discord is this graphic. In it, when we originally put this out, I really do have a strong... I do like this 8th Brother Kron, but if you did have to choose between getting one level 9 or the other, I think for most people in most places, favor getting Grand Inquisitor over 8th. Just about everything else here on this infographic, I think I'd stand behind them. I don't think anything else really needed. So, priority 1 for Drogon, 2 for Grand Inquisitor. Then you could think like Hera, Chirrut, Adrad, 8th Brother. And remember that we highlighted these Krons here at the bottom, like Inquisitor Barriss, Princess Leia, and Marok. These are long-term replacements for better Krons that you have available for these teams right now. But if you have any questions after looking at this infographic, feel free to hit me up. And yeah, that's kind of my quick guide that Womp Rat and I put together. And I'll be working with Womp Rat in the future on these sets, because he's enjoying making content for this stuff. I enjoy it less, but I'm still happy to collaborate, still happy to get quality information out to the people. All right, back down. Dr. Faust, do you use a calculator when trying to decide what is best between offense, crit damage, or armor penetration on your Kron? No, I don't really bust out a calculator for it. I just kind of know in advance like what's going to be generically preferable. Unless a character has a big multiplier with offense, adding more offense is pretty linear for the most. Adding stuff like crit damage can radically increase the amount of damage done, so can armor penetration. Defense can radically increase the survivability, so you kind of intuitively feel, just from your experience of using and playing with these teams, kind of like what good stats are. And as far as how to prioritize them, my argument is I don't think you're really going to have that kind of discretion. You're going to be lucky to get all of stats that you like, let alone, them being in the right amounts or in the preferred ratios to each other. You know what I'm saying? All right. Yeah, Womp Rat, always happy to give the shout. What is, hold on. got the command for that. Shout out at the Lost One. Here we go. Yeah, that's what I just answered, Ilya. That's the one correction. By the way, Womprat, I don't know if you agree, and if you want to issue a correction, I'll publish it again. But I think that for most people in most places, the Grand Inquisitor level 9 is probably going to be the one that people will appreciate more. I just think that the 8th Brother one is actually very strong, and I think probably a more interesting choice, a more decisive choice on offense using the Inquisitors. But the Grand Inquisitor crown will serve you very well on offense, and it is definitely the better choice if you are inclined to set Inquisitors. Because it's, among other things, it all but forbids Malgus, which is one of the most tried and true reliable counters. So, hopefully that helps. Stark says, gotta run. Catch you later, Tass. Thanks for the chill stream. Glad you stopped in, man. Thank you for the biddies. Thanks for tuning in. Username says, what would you say is your top 3 teams in 5s you expect to get the most holds with? Maybe you spoke about it earlier. I'll just see the earlier stream parts later then. We didn't specifically talk about the teams that I expect to get holds on, but you got to understand, the way that I play is very tailored to each opponent, right? It just so happens that a lot of my opponents days are these guys from Phantom's Menace, which are all efficiency. They are setting 1 or 2 GLs, and maybe they get a hold from you on that. Maybe they strip a couple banners. They're okay either way with that. And then they're setting tricky teams that are not super strong, but are designed to be either underestimated and then you are punished, or you address them appropriately and you lose a couple banners in the process. In the meantime, they're saving enough on offense to 65 plus the entire board, and they are looking to be like 77, 76, 76 on fleet, something like that, right? They're trying to put up a bonkers score on me every time. So me aiming for defenses that will hold, that's why I put so much attention into mods, so that when there is a really good synergy with the Datacron, I can seize on it. Like, if we take a look at I haven't looked at changing up my Grand Arena board yet for 5 vs 5. So what you're seeing here is what was left at the end of last 5 vs 5. But as far as teams that I expect to perform, just looking at this as kind of a mostly starting point, like, I don't think JMM or Gungans are on defense. I can actually just can those right now. Dabab may well still have a spot, and this is the type of team where you kind of want to overkill it. And if you do, the way that I produce results on defense is choices, particularly against against efficiency players, right? Like, they've saved enough because they kind of have it prescribed in their mind. They know what they think are the top tough defenses. And so they've reserved a very powerful team for each one. It's a script in their head. They got it ready. Dabbot is not one of them that they would always expect. This is one of those optional teams. I don't have to set this right? I could set a Zuckus Forlom team. And yeah, there are some benefits lost by it not being Dadbot lead, but it does change the nature of the fight, maybe what you would necessarily throw at it. And in that choice, you could lose banners, you might underestimate it, you might drop. You can turn the efficiency player's strategy against them because they've saved their mightiest stuff for offense. So trying to beat them with might is usually a losing play. That said, I also expect my Pirate King to do well. If you watched, if you're a patron, you've already seen the most recent episode of Plotting and Scheming. For everybody else, that'll be coming out this coming Friday. But in that, and I also want to say in last week's episode, I mentioned how useful it was in 3 vs 3 to have Vayne modded to be just like 1 faster than half of Pirate King's speed. You have to account for the various speed gains in this team. Shout out to Livid on my Discord, who reminded me that Silvo's unique is handing out 50 speed that is a temporary benefit, but it is nevertheless there. at the start of the encounter and for the first 3 turns of every pirate ally. So you get a 50 speed boost on top of whatever your modded speed is, and then you got to account for Pirate King. His leader grants 3% speed to Smuggler and Pirate allies. Him being both Smuggler and Pirate means he gains 6%, not 3. Whereas Vayne is only a Pirate, not a Smuggler. So he will just gain 3%. So you have to account for the flat 50 speed gain with Silvo, then calculate up to what is the total speed for Hondo, and then whatever that number is, you have to cut that in half, add 1, and then you reverse engineer back to, what is the non 3% boosted speed that Vayne would need to be. So let's show you just a sample. My Vayne is 60, or my Pirate King is 604. So if we take 604 plus 50 is 654. Then, we know that uniques execute ahead of leaderships in terms of how things load into the game. So we do times 1.06 for the speed increase. He's effectively 693 on turn 693.24. Right? So divided by 2 is 346 plus 1, so that Vayne is 1 faster, and I'll explain why that's important in just a minute. That's 347, and then we need to, again, reverse engineer this back out. Let me throw this calculator over on screen. You can see where I started. 604 plus 50, that times 1.06, that divided by 2, that halved number plus 1, and now we're going to do times 0.97 to take out the 3%, then subtract 50, right? You still get to subtract the 50 out, because that was added in the first place, to get us back to a base of 287. So when I originally clocked my Vayne, I clocked him on the more severe case. You don't have the extra speed in 3 versus 3, unless you are running Silvo, but I think that's one of, I think the data would bear this out too. I think he's one of the weaker options to be with Pirate King in 3s. This Vayne Cron is awesome, so we're all running Vayne. I think your best third is either OG Hondo, which makes life tougher for JMK, or something like SM33, which can complicate Slacker. If you put a lot of love into Brutus can do the same, but SM33 looks like he's maybe a little bit more annoying. Anyways, when I clocked this team, I did it not thinking about the benefits of Silvo. So I did this in a slightly tougher way, right? I didn't have that 50 speed to cushion these numbers. So in my case, what I set up for, and a lot of people switch their mods between 3s and 5s. I have incredible mod depth at this point on my account, and so I'm able to mod for what is the more restrictive case between 3s or 5s for any given team, and that's just how I keep them then, right? That's just what I do. So I modded this thinking about running it in 3 versus 3 without Silvo. So that would require that if I have a 604 Hondo times 1.06, 640 divided by 2, 320 plus 1, so that Vayne is at the mark that I said. That would be 321 times 0.97 to subtract out for what that leadership bonus on Vayne would be. And that would mean he would need to be 311 speed to be at the mark that I'm asking for. Now, why is this mark important? I can demonstrate it real quick. And by the way, Fatal, other players have mentioned this much earlier, last season. So this is... Don't come at me in the comments saying, "Oh, Tass, you think you really discovered something here?" Huh? No, I came to the party late, but I'm here. Here. All right? Pirate. Wait a minute. Why did I select light side? We're just going to put in these two because what the Silvo in there tells me is that I have like Vayne hilariously too fast at 312, right? Like with our calculation showed that in 3 versus 3, he would want to be 311 speed to be at the mark that I mentioned. He's 312. He'd need to be, what was that we showed earlier? $80 something? 287 is what he would have to be with Silvo. So he gets a big cushion there, right? Kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's show you why this is neat. So, in real life, Pirate King Hondo is going to open up with this ability first. Okay, fine. What happens here? So if you're fighting versus Slacker, Slacker has now stunned Vayne. Vayne is about to take his first turn. All right, Vayne is stunned right now, so he loses this turn. We'll just, basic. Do that. Now, see that he's effectively at 0 TM. Pirate King was immediately behind with this second turn. Now Pirate King's AI will use this ability, and if Pirate King has 10 or more stacks of profit, which he assuredly will for this turn, consume 10 of them, and then all pirate allies gain 75% turn meter and speed up for 2 turns. So when we hit this button, it's going to pull him pretty much immediately ahead. Get this. So the first turn, so Slacker's stunning Vayne right now would have happened before Vayne's first turn. So turn 1 of the turn 2 stun is pretty much immediately spent. And then Pirate King going when he does, pulls Vayne up to that second turn and out of that Slacker stun very, very quickly. Now see that the way that this is clocked, Vayne is just about to come out of that 2-turn stun, but not before Pirate King actually gets another turn. It's kind of neat, right? And now, yeah. So this is where this is the end of the second turn, right? He's out of stun from here. He would be able to be called to assist and brat people down with that Datacron, boosting his basic. So hopefully that all made sense, guys. That's the significance of having the Vayne just +1 of half of Pirate King's complete speed at the start of battle. You can't just take just the modded speed. You got to calculate for the lead. But anyways, yeah, if you're running for 5 versus 5, you will have Silvo in this team. The burden of getting Vayne to that speed of just like +1 north of half of Pirate King's adjusted speed, that's a lot easier to do with Silvo in there. That's interesting. So he's hilariously too fast, right? I wonder if that's actually detrimental to me. I wonder if I actually have to remod him for 5 versus 5 and slow him down. I hope not. That would be annoying. But I guess I might only have to swap like the speed arrow to a health arrow, which is not the end of the world. We can make do with that. Did the music die? All right. Let's check here. So yeah, top 3 teams. Yeah, where all this started was top 3 teams. So I just explained all this about Pirate King in service of, to the point of what do I think are going to be my top defensive performers. I do expect that Pirate King will be 1. Stranger is probably just going to get rudely stomped. And it's going to be about choices. Maybe Inquisitors will be down with the Grand Inquisitor Cron, as I already mentioned. It's a choice, especially against efficiency players. You know that you're not doing Malgus to it. You know that there's other things that are going to beat it handily, but what do you do? What do you do when you don't know what's on my back wall yet? What you might need against those teams that you're going to end up having to burn. So against the people that I'm mostly fighting, them being the efficiency, that's where you're getting defensive results. Not usually outright from pulls, but getting to pull the right choices ahead of them seeing that back wall. Does that make sense? Yeah, glad you remodded Darth Link. Yeah, that's going to be really fun. Womprat, wait till I have tried out Atom Nexus. I think the GIs everyone should have, but 8th is more, ooh, this could be stupid good. Yeah, I think on offense, 8th is a really interesting. It's what we found with that, which is a shame. What did they fix, Womprat? What did they fix? All right. Asake says, would Vayne being too fast mess up that TM push from Pirate King in that same sequence faster than the 1 speed? I imagine that it's if you're so what you're thinking of is, to me, tell me if this kind of jives with your feeling about what I had showed on screen a couple minutes ago. After Vayne's first turn, he's at like 0 TM when it's just Vayne and Pirate King, right? It's not being modified by that Silvos. You know what? Let's go take a look at it with just 3 of them again and see how that affects the fight. Because what I was about to say is, my suspicion would be that as long as Vayne isn't so fast that he's faster than filling up 25% of his turn meter bar, because Pirate King's pulling him up 75%, right? So you're not really affecting anything about turn order as long as you're having 24% or less turn meter for that moment, right? Because the way that you saw the turns roll out, Pirate King actually gets to go a 3rd time before Vayne gets his 2nd turn. I don't know if that in itself is critical. I'm just saying that's how it performs when it's clocked without depending on Silvo being there, you know? So let's actually take a look at what we're dealing with. You got ads coming out soon? Yeah. No worries. We'll slow down on answering questions if that happens. Okay, so Silvo will just do something. Okay. Okay. So this is behaving the same way, right? Vayne's getting turn 1 with Pirate King hot on his heels. That's behaving the exact same way. Okay. So because they're both being brought up by 50, even though there's kind of a big, feels like an unnecessary amount of speed on Vayne, it looks like it's pretty much the same. Vayne was... So I guess the answer is it doesn't seem to matter. I would mod for 3 vs 3 then. I would mod for the harder case, because you will have this Vayne cron for the next 3 vs 3 season as well. I would, if you're not going to switch mods between 3s and 5s, definitely mod for the case that doesn't have Silvo. That looks like it's hard. But that being said, it looks like we're at the same spot, because he's about to pull him up 75% from what is essentially 0 TM, like 5% TM, something like that, which is basically how it looked without Silvo. Right? Well, yeah, he still gets that 3rd turn just ahead of Vayne the same way. So I guess the effect is pretty much none. Yeah. Oh, Womprat. Yeah, I was wondering why when I looked at what the 8th thing was. That's right. Okay, so they found the 10 speed and fixed it. Yeah, they fixed it. Capped it and fixed it. Okay, I can live. Appreciate you confirming that. All right, Vin Altabi asks, what about Phoenix? Wouldn't they destroy Inquisitors anyway? Maybe. And that's exactly a reason to set them like bottom front, right? Make it your problem. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. Maybe you take the risk and maybe you drop a fight and I cheesed you in the back and you have no means of punishing me and ha ha ha, I have deceived you, you know? I don't know. I don't really have a ton of practice in recent seasons using Phoenix, so even though it is better, I don't know if it's better than the Inquisitors. And also, I would expect that people setting it on defense would throw in Marok. Like, I really, especially where I'm at, like, it would be rare to see Inquisitors on defense, I think, because most people would expect you to try Phoenix especially if they've got a Datacron propping them up. But if you just throw in Marok, that kind of puts the kibosh on, right? Earthlink, what's your plan with Ahsoka and Ezra this season with the Huyang Kron gone? Yeah, that's one of those case by case, depending on the matchup thing. Like for every given opponent, I'm kind of making that judgment call about whether or not I can cause them more pain by having Ezra with Rey or Ezra with Ahsoka. Oftentimes, if you do set Ezra with Ahsoka, I think this coming season, we know that Drogon's going to be at a high point. You know, Leia's going to feel like at a high point. I think that if you make a very proper Ahsoka Ezra team with whatever best Datacron you want to set, maybe if you set it with the Yoda and Chewie Kron, the Chota Kron, with that high crit avoidance, if you're not able to punch through Ezra real quickly with that Drogon, you could have a serious issue on your hands. I can really see that. Outside of that scenario, I expect Leia to just roll right through proper Ahsoka team. So unless you're actually going to commit that Chewie, that Chotacron to Ahsoka Ezra, I expect better value out of Ezra with Rey. Hope that helps. Username 12453 says Inquisitor Barris restores protection and health on any critical hit. No? Is that passive? I will admit that I do not have her completely. But whenever they're critically hit, that ally recovers 10% health and protection. And that enemy gains a stack of purge until the end of the encounter. Yes, maybe this alone would stop Phoenix teams. My guess is it would stop like weak teams that aren't either modded to do respectable damage, or the Kron that they're bringing doesn't provide enough offensive stats. Because do I see a reality in which Phoenix members can do more damage per hit than this can restore? Yeah, I could. This might be enough to make me not want to risk it, though. Like if you're asking, like if you're saying, oh, Tass, like I really would like to keep my Marok with my Balin, so I've got that full kickin' Balin team, especially with the FDC. Smart value play. I see that. I see you going for that. So it would be worth risking, like you know for sure that Marok in there is going to jam out Phoenix. So you're taking the risk that putting in Inquisitor Barris, it doesn't actually stop them and they're able to win anyway, and then they got a nice value on that counter. Okay, but I think learning that would be highly worthwhile to do in week one. I would not want to be experimenting with this after week one. So I like the idea. I might do it myself. And if it is good, we will find out early here in the season. Does Barris not stop Phoenix? Yeah, I mean, I see how it might, especially if you've got some, some bulk to your Inquisitors, like high relics and stuff. Yeah, this could be a serious issue. And if you got any amount of defense on your Inquisitor Crown too, mine actually might be better than I give it credit for. Yeah, this might be an idea worth running myself. It's a good question. Get figured out. Motel Botel, do you think the Chiricron or Kyocron will be better for Saul Luthen? My suspicion is that the Kyle Katarn Kron is going to be the more powerful. But as we explored, you can do a reasonable job of mimicking the nasty parts of that mercenary Kron for Kyle, using the Chiricron. So I guess I would definitely prepare it, have it as an option, but it's mostly there, I think. Like, if I'm right, then it's going to be there to replace the Kyle Kron. Wow, we've been getting a lot of questions, guys, but I think we've actually caught up current again. I'm going to dig back into TP. Man, Only a couple hours left on the clock. Oh, got a DM. Okay, it's not an Astigram. That's good. Good. All right. Let's see here. Quantity. Now keep the questions coming, party people. Don't let my TB woes stop you. Sake says, despite my best effort, I've been unable to acquire a GI cron so far. I believe you. I don't know what to tell you, man. Keep after it. You know, you'll want it. Tough. I will admit, I got surprisingly lucky on this set. Most of those good rolls that you saw on the Drogon and GI crons were natural rolls, so I can't be the one to be complaining about, oh, everything sucks and I never get anything good. Not this time. Can't. Not this time. All right, Womprat in the chat asks, if you could have one thing added to your stream that you're currently missing, what would it be? This is from Monday's stream. Looking at new toys. I don't know. I leave that to the viewers. Guys, I'm a pretty I would describe my streaming setup needs as monastic. I need very little. I need barely functional and I'll be okay. Because we're here to talk about Swugga. You're not here for music videos, for light shows, for graphics, for a VTuber, for none of that. You are here to join me in the sweat lodge, in this basement, reeking of onions, trying to win Grand Arena matches by any means. That's what we're gathered here for. So if there are features that you guys wish were part of this stream, things that you'd like that are available on other content creators, and it's just lazy and stupid of Tassenix to not actually have something like that, let us know. We'll see about getting it added in. Because I promise you, if you guys don't ask for it, I will never think of it. I will never think of it. Like, I know that you guys want new... that's something. How about that, Womprat? I need new thumbnails. Like, I need to take a bunch of new emote, like, pictures of myself and stuff, and get those made into little thumbnails. Get new emotes on my server, on Twitch. That would be something good. Getting some new emotes up, because that's been hotly demanded. Like, I know people were disappointed back in the holidays. It was hotly requested to get the one of me in the Santa hat. It took me forever to even get the Santa hat. And then by the time I got the Santa hat, there was like a couple days left before Christmas, and I was like, screw it. But I owe the people on that one. So we could do that. Smedge, hey Tass, nice to catch you live. Glad to catch you, man. Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of Q&A here for, gosh, a couple hours, right? The stream up time. 2 hours, 48 minutes, damn near 3. And we're still going strong. I still got some stuff to do. We still got questions coming in. Yeah, we've been having a good time out here, Smith. Can we change Tass into a VTuber? Definitely easier on the eyes, yes. Give me the big chibi eyes, and I'll just, you know, out here at you. Yeah, it'd be hilarious. Where is GK? Yeah. Need stickers. Yeah, guys, I'll admit, like, I'm sometimes slow about fulfilling requests, but I do have a suggestion box channel on my Discord. It's not that I always promise I will do what gets dropped in there. I don't necessarily promise a date for when I'll get that done, but I won't lose track of your requests that you make in there. Like that one that I just mentioned about the Christmas hats. I remembered that I still owe you guys for that. I remember that you guys want me to get back on the mod guides. I remember, but that's what the suggestion box channel is for, is to actually let it still kind of rise to the top of mind every once in a while. So I appreciate you guys working with me. Smedge, I have one for you. Do you think clocking the speed between Pyre King and Vayne will be useful in 5s because of Hux stopping the TM gain? Hux stops the TM gain in 3 versus 3 as well. But the thing is there are a couple of circumstances that can cause Hux to lose that advantage. He can have advantage dispelled by Pyre King on his first turn, creating a window. And then he also doesn't have the reset for Slacker. Also, SM33 can, on his first turn, he'll have Lightning Raid. He will use his third ability, which is the Dispel. That could Dispel Hux. There are windows created that we saw in 3 versus 3 where that turn meter gain does actually matter. Because as folks on my Discord were pointing out yesterday, why does any of this turn meter clocking crap matter if Hux has advantage and stops enemies from gaining bonus turn meter? Turns out you can put a hole in that bucket. That's the answer. Kimmy, good to see you. Good morning, Tass. I come for the info. Always appreciate your content. So glad to have you here. Hit us with a question. What's on your mind, Kimmy? Good to have you. Username says, what do you expect the 3s teams to be with Rebel Fighters after the era end? Also, will ISB be of any use, even with the era stuff? ISB is difficult. I need to actually have it enhanced to test to tell you how good it's going to be. It got an awful lot of control and manipulation effects. And historically, when you think about teams like that, like think about Bad Batch 2, it does end up having decisive damage, but it ends up having that damage. You have to build up, and there are multiple ways to play that fight in terms of how you want to prioritize managing stealth, managing people's protection, pushing turns into crosshair. There's a lot of finesse that goes into a team like that, and it can be highly effective. Like you're able to use that team to punch up into things like Pirate King. I expect that there's going to be a way to play that ISB team where it's going to exceed expectations. How far it's going to exceed, I can't say. But, it's a very complicated kit. And so even though it doesn't have anything that jumps out and says, I do 100 billion damage here, I think it's going to come together. I just don't know how, because I need to play it out. I need to feel it, man. As far as the Rebel Fighters split in 3 versus 3, I would say we talked about this in the most recent Plotting and Scheming, by the way. So for everybody that's not a patron, when that comes out on Friday morning, it is a longer episode, but I think it's worth your time because we talk about a lot of these questions. We prepared a really good agenda for that show, and good questions from our special guest Scribe as well. Anyway, on that show, we ended up thinking that it's probable that Luthen ends up staying with Saw. So, Saw, Luthen, probably Kyle, right? And then you're just going to be running the new Cassian with Vel and the other new woman that's in the era. So I think that's what your stock team is going to be. Could there be opportunities? Could there be cases where you actually can enable a really good offensive counter by tucking in Luthen with the new Cassian? Maybe. Too soon to say. User 1234. No worries, user. I got you. Hopefully that answered your question, though. Again, appreciate the super chat earlier, man. Yeah, guys, please use that suggestion box. Like for example, I know some other content creators have created things like Vexatron, for example, has YouTube memberships set up where, like, as a unique benefit, like if he has a Patreon or if he has benefits for Twitch members, whatever that is, as a unique benefit to like YouTube membership subscribers, he has like a special 1-hour chat with them at least once a week. Let me know if you guys want stuff like that, because I assume most folks are here to get kind of a stripped down, like we're just talking about Grand Arena stuff, specific questions. I'm pretty just on task, and I'm not mostly thinking about that stuff, but I also do want to give you guys what you want that I'm also qualified and capable to give. So yeah, just ask. All right. Kimmy says, finally unlock Jar Jar. Taking mod advice for the squad if you have time for it. I'll do you one better, Kimmy. Find that for you. When I first started the mod guide series, one of my first factions that I covered was the Gungans. So I still stand by those guides. I think they hold up pretty well. I'll drop the link just now in the chat to the mod guide for NAS. From the NAS guide, you can find Jar Jar and all of the other Gungans. The other thing I'd recommend is, if you haven't used it before, is go to the bots channel on my Discord, any Discord where Hotbot is present, basically, and do /toon, TOON, type the name of the character that you're interested in, Jar Jar. It'll prompt you to type in Jar Jar. And then there's an optional string you can put there afterward where you specify either a user or an ally code. Put me in there. Put my name in, or look up my account and drop in my ally code. And you can pull any one of my characters live. I do my very best to just full-time stay in my Grand Arena mods. Because people always want to know how things are set up, and that's just at your fingertips anytime. Vigo123-454 says, hey, first time here and quite enjoying it. So far I was watching another creator. He did account reviews, which actually helped me a lot. Made plans for the accounts. That's great. I mean, I've done account reviews before, and I don't charge for account reviews, stuff like that. People do often ask. It's just, the thing is that I'm playing a very large account, one of the largest accounts. And I've been one of the largest accounts for a few years now. I used to be a little smaller and scrappier some further years back. But I say all that because I can tell you a lot about what's going on at the top end of the game. I become less knowledgeable when we start going out of that. So roster reviews for more late game, end game accounts, I can give some pretty solid, actionable advice. As far as early game, mid game stuff, I can do my best if I'm asked. But I also am very happy to refer you to other content creators who have alt accounts. Like, I just don't have time to mess with alt accounts, stuff like that. Like, I'm only just going to play this one for Star Wars. So, like, I would tell you to trust the people that are actually out on the front lines for any of those earlier stages of the game. If you want to talk about late game, end game, Grand Arena, I am your Huckleberry. You know? Thanks for the follow, Vigo. Welcome. Glad to have you. Birkin87 says, hey, Tass, do you happen to know what happened to the signal data that was in the guild activity store? Is it gone for good? No, I actually don't know. Isn't it the case that some of these things will rotate? Like, you're not always guaranteed? Like, I noticed for the last few weeks now, in the weekly store, you can buy a chunk of 30 attenuators. It wasn't always like that. I don't recall them saying it would always be this way. Maybe that can change, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether you can rely on that. Hey, I appreciate that. Asake Geo says, when you gave me a review while I was at 10.5 million, I thought you and Dagger did an excellent job at giving advice despite being quite removed from my GP bracket. Well, you know, I'll give fair credit there to Dagger on that as well, because he is taught. Oh, shit. I should not have been on fucking auto. Ooh, Tass, what are you doing, Woody? Woody, be cool. Where are you at with that smite? Is that smite on time or not on time? Aha! Hashtag never punished. I am a god. All right, resume auto. You saw nothing. Yeah, but anyway, Dagger deserves credit for helping with that one then, because he talks to players of all different sizes and content creators of all different sizes about stuff in detail at lower parts of the game, just because he's curious in it. And I'm just laser focused on what I'm doing and what I know. So I'm glad that our review to you was helpful, and I imagine that Dagger was the primary driver of giving you actionable advice on that. Still, glad to be helpful, man. Have I used the Grand Inquisitor Cron, says Obi Frankie. No, not really. I mean, I'm not I'm not one of those guys that wants to go and jump in Squad Arena and test it and try to draw conclusions for Grand Arena. I think that's poisonous. I think it's an easy way to set expectations that you were not justified to set, and then get disappointed by them when they don't pan out. So I'm like, I wouldn't, if I was curious to see like a whole new mechanic it was adding or something like that in action, I might test that out in Squad Arena, but there's nothing like that here in the Grand Inquisitor thing. So I know how it's going to work. We've had the effect before, and not representative of performance in Grand Arena. So no, I haven't. I expect good things though. Yeah, I bet he was, Asake. Yeah. All right. Hey, Papi Chulo, how's it going, man? How does one gain such power? Which power? I kind of just rambled there for a minute, so you'll have to tell me which random string of babble you were referencing. Look. Darth Link with the character review. Okay. Oh, you're gonna cheat, are you? You're gonna cheat? All right, Link. You redeemed the channel point redemption for a single character review. You want 3, and you think that you can just have that because you're a patron of mine. And you know what, you son of a bitch, you're absolutely right. We'll take care of you here in a minute. Yeah, not from a Jedi indeed, Papi Chulo. Good questions today, guys. I really appreciate that. Good chat. You're making the time fly by. Like, we are comfortably just over 3 hours now and still ticking. And yeah, once I finish up TB, if things are really slowed down, I'll probably close down the stream. If we're still pretty busy, I can play through some Conquest stuff a bit. Mrs. T will be thrilled to hear about a good stream. Mrs. T loves to hear the news about super chats, biddies. He loves all that. As you know, Mr. T takes her out to nice dinners, stuff like that when he... Cass, what are your least favorite TB planets? Surely Hoth. Surely the middle ones where you have the chests that you have to hit and manage. Like that one SM that we had yesterday with Dash is just time consuming. What else does my name sound like? Yeah, indeed, Papi Chulo. Yeah, that's a favorite of Daggers there. Yeah, as soon as we're out of this battle, I'll pull that up, Link. Take a look at your dudes. Matter of fact, let me get that ready. What was that? It was 813. Used to live in area code 813, Tampa. Anyway, collection. So, Stranger, the man says. Health, crit damage, health, really like this. Defense and health setup, really like this. 301 speed. Very respectable. I want to say mine's not too much better than that. The 110,000 health is a splendid number. What kind of relics are we? This is at 9, yeah. So this is going to be closer to like 113. Maybe 115 and did Relic 10. That's... Love the crit damage triangle that you still kept that. Some added offense is nice. 66% armor. That actually sounds very good. Compare that to mine. So 10,000 less health. I'm only at 100,000. This is at Relic 10, by the way. So you're definitely heavier on health. I like that. 330 speed, so 29 faster than yours. I don't know how much difference. I think you have about 8,000. I have like 8,400. But you're also going to get something like 3-ish hundred from going to Relic 10 one day. So I'd say we're pretty competitive there. And then I do have 72% armor. So I do significantly more armor, but I also have good defense secondaries, and I'm also running one more two-piece of defense than you are. So you decide for yourself which advantages you want to trade off for, but this is an excellent setup. I'd say maybe look at the armor more than anything else. You know? All right. Next, you said Star Killer. Okay, offense. I'll tell you right now, long term, I'm sure you're already aware of this because some of these mods aren't super fast, but in the long term, this was a very fast health primary, because you know that the ship drop is based on max health. So if you can, that health primary is going to kick here. And if you can't, maybe look and see before lock-in for this season if you can't swap on a speed arrow that has a little more robust health. I see why you chose it, because this offense secondary is cracked. Maybe try to slice more because you do have percent health on here. Maybe you get lucky, and this would be a fine mod to use until the day that you get that fast health primary to put in. Over 11k offense is an excellent mark in an offense set, considering the other goals that we have here. The speed's great, crit damage triangle, even a smidge of armor. I think long term, getting that health primary there is great. Switching these to a two-piece of defense is really good as well. Everything I just said about adding more health to boost the ship damage is true. But, you know, some of these counters to Stranger depend on bursting out Star Killer and or Stranger. In the first couple turns of the fight, defense is going to do more for you in that capacity long term. That's why the more defensive modding on Stranger, right? Most people, maybe not most, but a lot of people still have him in a speed setup, which is not terrible, but it isn't helping with like one of the actual weaknesses of the team is you kind of can, depending on the team, just bully the non-Spider Mall people down, you know? Guys, I've been drinking enough coffee that has moved through me. We are in an ad break on Twitch right quick. I'm going to take a quick be right back, and we will keep on trucking. Great questions. I still have one more character of yours to review, Link, and then we'll get back to the other questions here. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and we'll be right back. All right, party people, we're back. And joined by special guest star VTAS, who has her media device, music, I've just turned down. So, where were we? We just talked a bit about Star Killer belonging to you, Link, and then Maul. Maul hate fueled. So what do we got here? Relic 10, Big Boy, Speed Arrow. I would like this again to be a health arrow, ideally, which I'm sure you're already aware of. Wow, this is brawny. Let's see what this adds up to. 151,000 health is an excellent mark. Playing with your doll over there, sweetness? This kid is so precious. I keep telling Mrs. T I need like another 4 of these, and she says, oh God, no. What? It was easy for me. Alright, so yeah, pretty big protection pool as well. That all helps. I recall, I want to say a couple folks on my Discord, I want to say it was Livid, who's usually pretty good on the math side of things, said that the life total calculation breaks harder slightly towards protection than health. Even though it feels like health's the right choice, I still kept health. I think that even if that is true, that it breaks harder for protection, I think that, look at these mods where it's a health primary but high protection secondaries. I like this, right? Like, I think that looking for whatever is going to maximize your life total, regardless of whether it's the health or the protection primary, so looking for the strong secondaries to complement, is really key. And I kept mine in health. So if protection is generically better, I can acknowledge that. But I am less constrained on health primaries than I am on protection, and that is my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. All right, but anyway, 8,700 offense, 65% armor. Okay. This is very, very nice. Long term, be good if we can fold some a little bit more offense into the secondaries without lowering anything else. I want to say at Relic 9... What is mine? Where you at, you big guy? Okay, so Relic 10. Yeah, so that extra health primary is helpful. So 160,000. Now, granted, you have 150,000 health and over 100,000 prot. 160,000 health, but I don't have 90,000 prot, so I guess technically you've got a bit more life total than me. There. My 271 to your 277. Fair. Crit damage triangled. Are you rocking that? You got all health. Ooh, these mods are really good that you have on here. Numbers. But yeah, and I'm also having him with the crit damage triangle, just over 10,100 offense. The crit chance is taken care of by hatred, so I'm not worried about that. That's kind of the current balance. You do have about 10,000 more life total, I think. You got good stuff going over there, though, Link. Great setup for those 3. Why you wanted to highlight them. All right. Come here real quick. I have to show you. Look at how adorable this child is. Look at this sweet girl. She's got her doll. She's got her media device, which was Daddy's previous cell phone. And we are just extra sweet in our Sunday pajamas. Pigtails and all, running about. Have fun, sweetness. So, yeah, that is a really great setup considering that's still a speed arrow. Like, got a real monster. Eventually replace that. All right, where were we? Getting close to getting nasty grams now about TV. I got to wrap this TV portion go up. How many of these fights do I do? Nothing. Oh yeah, we're just gonna get rolled here. So I really love this team. Some of you might be curious. I wonder how Tass's, high spec droids do here. What does this do? I forgot what this does. Okay. Might be good. GG is usually the one that I'm taking here. I've also taken Darth Vader before because I'm usually able to get through the first stage of this just fine. The second stage, you almost get immediately destroyed by AoEs, just one shot from full health, full protection. I don't know that Forlum is a magical antidote to that, but I will tell you, having tried GG, B2, and Darth Vader, none of them have helped me finish this second wave so far. I would prefer to summon Void first. That gets the taunt on him right after. I don't think these guys are going to do, like, forbidding damage. That sucks that you landed the daze, but I see you. Alright, taunt up. See, we won't get the call to assist for one because we're dazed, so I'm still here. I really want to save the big special for the second stage. That third ability of Forlum's has a very long cooldown. Not really trying to deal with it. Use the special. Now we can call BT1. Slap the shit out of him. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff, Link. Glad that helped. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I don't actually have a particularly high amount of offense or anything on IG90, so the offense boost for him is kind of whatever, but with offense up as well, just going to stick with basics on Forlum. Really want to save all the juice for stage 2. We will need every little bit of it. Yep. Same with this. We're trying to rotate around with a full set of cooldowns. And ideally, set up with Afra to go first. What are we looking for? It looks like it would be 90. Summon IG. It's gonna be a while. Don't really want to use any specials. That'll be the end of this one. All right, here we go. Do we die instantaneously? We don't have any buffs right now. We don't have anything to make him particularly dangerous. I think I'm going to do this. Oh, okay. So now we follow up on it immediately. Kind of nice. Pulling him to assist is not necessary. So I guess we're just going to have to go for the big boom. Wow, we even had people survive this time. Okay, well, you know, one of those I spoke too soon situations. Revive? Maybe? Not really. So this is what I'm talking about. Getting to the second stage is usually pretty simple work. Doing anything in the second stage is a very different matter. Want to say we can auto this one? Yeah, this planet is always annoying because of the boxes, but the boxes were yesterday. I don't think I have boxes to deal with today. And thank God, because I do not like that. Humblo, hey, welcome. One of the newest patrons. Morning task. My guild ran Death Star for the first time. The rebels hit hard. Jealous, man. I don't think I've ever set foot in the Death Star. Hate saying that. Hate saying. But I'm jelly. Yeah, I believe you, though. I believe you. Keep the questions rolling in, folks. I'm at your disposal here. Till the bitter end. TV. Stormtrooper Han, one-shot vein. Yeah. That basic, it's the highly variable damage clause, right? Highly variable, indeed. What about very hard tier? Oh yeah, user, you did ask about something like that a little earlier. You previously asked, would you be supportive of very hard tier in Conquest with better rewards? Oh sure. I mean, depends how much harder for how much better, right? There is a right ratio of that I really wouldn't want to be too far outside of. But you know, assuming the positive that they could land that balance correctly, absolutely, sure. Because Conquest is no challenge to me, right? It's just a matter of time. I am over-equipped for what Conquest demands at hard difficulty. And so, yeah. I mean, honestly, Conquest isn't where I look to be challenged. So when you say more challenge, I don't really look to Conquest for entertainment. Just something I do because I want to get the new character. I want the red box rewards, whatever they are, for hard. Every time, like I'm always needing slicing materials, stuff like that. Nothing wrong with any of that. But as far as enjoyment, I don't really look to it for that. All of this is in service to Grand Arena. Every other mode of the game is in service to Grand Arena. I am here for Grand Arena. Grand Arena, for some reason, packed up and they just closed it. I don't know that I'd be here in a month, as far as like still streaming. You know what I'm saying? Like Grand Arena is what it's about. So if they added the harder mode of Conquest, it'd, you know, I'm assuming it would be for enough of better rewards that, yeah, just being a generally rewards motivated player outside of Grand Arena, yep, I would do it for sure. And I would hope that they'd add something at some point, because there's no way CG's unaware that endgame players have long since outscaled the hard mode of Conquest. Username or user says, for Relic Delta, do you feel it's doing enough? Would you like it to have a bigger, lower impact? So, being that most of my roster that could be used in Grand Arena is going to be Relic 9 Plus, right? And I already have something like 33 Relic 10. So, you know, you're thinking that for, what is it, 11 times 5 is 55 squad characters and 5 versus 5, and then you have 3 times 15, right? So 45 characters that you need, right? Oh, that's times, and then those numbers doubled. Yeah, so you need more, I guess, more characters overall in 5s. And yeah, an increasing share of that is just getting replaced by Relic 10. All of that meandering thought, sorry about that, is to say that I'm not the one who has to worry about Relic Delta. I don't expect that. Like, Relic Delta is a pressure on accounts lower than mine. Do I stand to gain from it, where if I'm the bigger account, will they have worse RNG? Will they occasionally lose a match that they might otherwise have won if we were just dead even on Relics? Sure, I accept that. That might happen, but not really that often. The degree of skill of my opponent up here, they're not, like, it would be pretty just shockingly unlucky, kind of obviously, if Relic Delta was determinant in most of their counters. Because my opponents are coming correct. They're not guessing against my... everything that I'm setting on defense is very well prepared, that if you don't come at it with just a solid, reliable counter, it's probably going to sweat you. Do I feel it's doing enough? I'm just not the guy to ask. Like, I don't expect to be affected by it much anyway. Like, I won't be punished by it, right? And to the degree that I can benefit, I think it's greatly limited by the skill of my opponents. Like, I just think they know what they're doing, where they're not worried. They're using their Relic 9 attacker to attack my Relic 10 defenses. They've accounted for them, you know? Link, Delta saved us. Dagger was my warm-up match. Your Delta won't matter for me, Tass. That's good. Good. Come see me. Because I wasn't relying on that, buddy. That's what the mods are for. Come see me. Step on up. Enter my parlor. You know? Let's go. Let's have it then. All right. C and JMK. Oh, this is the Wampa one. All right. Something like that. Phil in the chat. Good to see you, Phil. If your Delta is 2 or less, Delta is next to nothing compared to counter strategy and mods. If your Delta is 3 or more, it absolutely can screw counters. But at the top end, Delta 3 or more is basically non-existent. Completely agree. Even the smaller accounts that are competing up there, like the French guys that I featured a couple times last season, I actually lost a couple matches to them in the last 5 vs 5. They're 15 million. Like, and I'm 17.23, something like that. There's definitely a point where you can say that above 15 million, how much does all that added GP and added relics matter when you have the mitigating influence of Datacrons? Just, you know, there's maybe on a given defense between 2 and 4 teams that you actually have to be really well prepared for in terms of a reroll Datacron with mostly optimal stats, right? There's very few teams that really require that level of preparation. And so these players, knowing that, are getting just those handful of crons just right. And for everything else, they're not sweating a little bit of Relic Delta. They can use an adequate cron on a more than adequate team and overwhelm that lesser defense for perfect banners. They're not worried about the size of my account at all, but my mods will always be a pressure. Because that's going to be my advantage, right? Like, they've got great Datacrons. I've got great Datacrons too. I also have these mods. So hopefully it matters. And then I go ahead and lose to these smaller accounts, so then it doesn't matter. Good. Good. All right, Darth Link says, Tass, you need to join the whales in advocating for a cart feature in the web store. Why? For what reason? You wish the Sana team really worked that well in GAC? Oh, why? Have you done some testing with the new Datacron? Is it unimpressive, Smedge? I mean, I don't expect a ton from that team. It's only been rarely relevant, Grand Arena. The last time we had the Cron, that was the best it ever was. And even then, it was still kind of a gimmick, at least at the top end. What is the cart functionality needed? I mean, I don't know. I buy, you know, when I go to the web store and I buy something and I click. And I mean, I guess, where is it? Now that you mention it, there is somewhere, I'm trying to think where. There's somewhere in this game that there is, I'm craving a buy all or all that I have the resources for, and I can't, and it drives me crazy because it requires a whole bunch of single clicks. I can't think of it right now, but I'll think of it eventually. Probably somewhere around 4 a.m. I'll just wake up in a cold sweat screaming what it is. That's what I'll know. All right. Humblo says, talking about the web store, has anyone seen a redeem code in the wild? Yeah, as far as like some type of gift code to get some little extra something? Nah. But if you were, you'd probably have to be following socials for the game, because that's how I imagine you'd encounter most of them in the wild. Like, there aren't other big third-party events where they would want, I can imagine, where they're doing a lot of promotion where they'd be handing out these codes otherwise. So presumably, if you're going to see them, it's going to be through content creators. Like I've gotten codes. You remember when the PC client was in beta and it was brand new? Meathead was very kind to hook me up with a bunch of those codes to hand out, and I also got into the beta myself, so that was really cool. But otherwise, I've not gotten. I don't know how you otherwise qualify to get codes to hand out to people, so I'm not really hooked up on that. There are content creators, Scribe, I want to say Vex, others may get more codes to hand out. But if you're not going to see them through content creators, I imagine you'd have to encounter it through some. Yeah, I'm saving the transform until stage 2. So we're just going to work. He said, not doing that. All right. Oh, Smedge, you're I see. Sorry, I misunderstood you. You were talking about how brutally the Sana team put me down in that TB mission. Yes, well, careful what you wish for, man. That's one of the actual problems at the top end of this game is there are too many good teams that are really mostly going to be effective on offense and too little board. And I know that that's not... It's a common opinion. And I know that there's a lot of people that agree with me, but there's a lot of people that also say, I just don't want the board to be any bigger. Playing Grand Arena already takes long enough, or maybe in their opinion, too long. I sympathize, but you know that for the game to survive, they have to keep growing the game. They have to keep selling new characters, or at least offering the opportunity for people to pay money and buy characters. So there have to be reasons to use these characters, you know? So, yeah. User says, oh, those $5 packs, that is it. Yes, that's it. Any of the things that you can buy multiple instances of in the store. That's exactly what I was fumbling to think of. Yeah, the fact that I can't buy all 5 packs of it at once, crazy. In-game, web store, anywhere, the fact that it can't be done, just crazy. Needless. Lazy. Do better, CG. Also, please fix the Erodium bug in Grand Arena. First, you've done... Lord, I've seen what you have worked through, CG, for fixing so many other things in this game. Please, perform this wonder for me. Give me clean brackets. Erodium free. I hope. All right. Okay, Grax says, I believe all but one code have been for new players only. The only one for everyone I remember was a Temple Guard shards on his release. Okay, there you go. Dagger in the chat. Hey, Dagger. One of the Star Wars sites had one for the anniversary. Yeah, I would expect that. It wasn't that good, though. Okay, yeah. Bill says, upgrading character abilities, slicing mods once to level 15, claim all era level threshold rewards in the characters tab. Yeah, there's definitely opportunities to condense, but certainly the most annoying is, like, do you know how, I'm sure so many of you that use credit cards for any of your purchases in this game. When you do that and you're buying like the 5 instances of the Gerda pack at $5 each, you know, for a total of $25, I'm not thrilled that some of the time my credit card's like, hey, did you get double charged? Hey, did you get triple charged? Hey, did you get? It's like, could we not? It's 2026. Can I just buy all of it once? Very fair criticism. All right, we got ads on Twitch, so we'll wait to answer more questions, but get more questions in. Because we're almost done with TB missions, so we can do a little bit of conquest, I guess, to answer whatever remains, and then we'll probably look to wrap up, because, yeah, we're closing in on 4 hours. I'm willing to go if you guys are continuing to chat, but I want to hold you. Go time. Bill says, I'm free to play, so I wouldn't know the specific struggle of buying something in the store repeatedly, other than the free Bronzium data cards. Yeah, but I mean, it's not a huge leap of imagination. I know you can picture exactly what it is. You even without buying it, you can click and see the pack. You see what it is. You buy it for $5. There's a transaction screen that pops up. You hit submit. Yay, it's acknowledged. You hit the button hitting the acknowledgement. Then it opens up the pack. And now you can do that 4 more times and create another 4 transactions on your credit card statement. So, just goofy. Let's see. User says, do you use Wampacron on anything on offense these days? So, in 3 versus 3, I did use Wampacron with Wampa properly a couple of times. I used it with Leia a couple of times. Who jumped in? Who's dragging their mic across their whole face and body?
Oh, I'm not dragging the mic. I'm just opening my non.
Well, open your non more quietly. How's that grab you?
Sorry.
Also, hi, Dagger.
Hi. No, I was just saying, I didn't want to type this all out, but one of my biggest annoyances with the, so I don't know if your credit card does this, but mine does, where if you make a repeated purchase, like not back to back, but just regularly, they'll ask if you want to set it up as a recurring payment.
Ooh, I haven't had that, but I would not like to see that. I would not like to see that.
Yeah, so they asked if I wanted to put a vault on my credit card every week, and I'm like, I need to spend less in this game.
Not thrilled.
No, that's the one that really hit home for me, and I'm like, yeah, I need to cut back.
Yeah. Very fair. Very fair.
Oh, man. Yeah, just... I haven't had that, though, where my credit card company is way more finicky if I spend anything over, like, $50.
Yeah,
like if
some of them are pricklier about it than others. Like I remember, I closed this card some time ago, but I had a city card that was anytime I was doing purchases with this game. If I made a flurry of them, like if I bought like 5 of the $5 whatever, I've had it where I needed to call in. I needed to call them because my card was suspended by them until I called them. Because of suspicious activity or whatever. Like, guys, if this was the first time this happened ever with us, with me as your customer, okay, I'd be a little irritated, but I could understand. Abundance of caution, blah, 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 blah. But this is the 6th time this year, guys. Why am I calling you guys every few weeks about this? You know who I'm buying it from. I've told you it's fine. Why do we keep having this call? I've fortunately not had that with any other card.
I actually escalated with my with one of my cards to talk to like a supervisor to get like an item code so they would stop calling on a specific item or stop like freezing me on a specific item.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it was a vault.
Yeah, let me get back to your question, user. So you were asking about Wampacron. Wampacron is extraordinary. So using it with Leia, like I mentioned, is something I question whether or not you'll really be able to use it with Wampa in 5s that much, because it's proven to be reasonably doable to set a Wampa-proof board in 3 versus 3, where there's just a wider footprint. It's harder to actually achieve that. So I expect that will certainly be the case in 5 versus 5. Like, most of your opponents are going to be capable of setting a board that you're probably not going to be able to Wampa solo. So finding other uses, probably not with Leia, I think, especially now with the Drogocron. Bane's always a favorite. You don't have to, but that is a high value application, especially if you're wanting to do Bane versus Lord Vader, which is classically a pretty good fight for Bane. But right now, if your opponent happens to have a Cron with a ridiculous defense stack, the amount of time it could take you to get through people could become a problem. So you might think to rotate the Wampacron there. Folks were using Wampacron with Queen Amidala last season in 3 versus 3 to go after Rey Ezra's, Ahsoka Ezra's. So there's a high application there that I imagine is largely reproducible in 5 versus 5. So there's just a few. There's a few uses right there. Anything you wanted to add on that one, Dagger? Or did he just immediately jump out after saying that?
No, I'm here.
No, you're just gobbling down your naan, the aforementioned naan.
I was gonna say, but much like your mom, I had to swallow first. No, I mean, Wampa's good if you're in low Kyber, like Kyber 2, 3, or 4 or 5. Basically, just not Kyber 1. Kyber 1 seems to have you don't want to get something Wampa.
Well, to be clear, the question really wasn't about applying Wampa. It was about Wampacron. So I wanted to, cover that, yes, while it's still technically possible to maybe do a Wampa solo somewhere, not likely in 3s. That said, then I mentioned the other teams.
Oh, Malicos. Malicos loves Wampacron.
That's a good one. Didn't mention that. That is a good one.
Yeah, Malicos is probably one of my favorite places to put it. Basically, any team that you see high defense on, just apply Wampacron here. Like, if you have a counter that usually works, but they have like 300, 400% defense, just apply Wampacron. That's basically the way I look at it.
It will do.
It's a cheat code for not having to deal with their shit.
Yeah, no disagreement with that. See here. Sub guy says it's Hoth on TV. Never made it that far in with my guild, but my guild is getting 34 stars this time around. We Rise of the Empire, and we used to do like 28 to 30. That's a reasonable improvement. Nice job, man. Good stuff. Good on your guild. Yeah, Phil in the chat saying, even for me in K2, Wampa never gets used. So I use the Wampacron elsewhere. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a handful of good applications. What else we got, guys? More questions. We're finishing up the very last TB mission.
And the NBA playoffs just started.
Oh, yeah. We can put that up in the patron chat after. We can do that.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just saying that's another topic. I'm not just here for Swugga. Swugga's cool.
Oh, is that what you're doing? You're hijacking my Swugga stream and turning it into sports talk with Dagger? We're going AM radio in this mug?
Well, we don't have to. You just said you were running out of shit to talk about. I'm
letting people know the question queue is cleared, so see what they got to say. And if it is about sports, that's fine. We've done it before. I just don't have a lot to add to that because I'm not much of a sports fan.
No, that's fair.
All right.
Although your team is probably your team this year is really fucking good.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
The Pistons are really good this year.
That's good.
Yeah. It's funny that you live in a sports town that over the last decade has been just absurdly good at sports.
Mm-hmm.
And you just don't care. And that's okay. I just live in a city where we're dog shit at sports and people love the teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Link says, I had some of the most stressful fights with Wampa against Saw. You should have done that against Turbert, Tass. I don't believe you. How's that sound?
Oh, man, it's been a long time since I've eaten naan.
Really?
Yeah, I don't eat a lot of bread. But I was driving past it and it struck my fancy, so I got some to go.
Mm-hmm.
I also got some, forget what it's actually called, but it's basically wontons with like ground beef, peas in it.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's right. I've got leftover China. I love leftover.
Yeah, Lady Geek, depending on where you are with your Stormtrooper Luke, I think you can remove Radis very easily from your Leia team since it doesn't really add anything. And I also think that for the most part, Zalbar is is getting used enough to where like the Jin Adred thing doesn't matter anyways. But Stormtrooper Luke is really good. One of my favorites to do was you can do something with Chupio. Like C-3PO Chupio is one of my favorite ways to run Leia. Because you get the translation, which increases Leia's max health, which adds more damage, which makes your team bulkier. Then you have Chupio assisting with also another Dispel. Yep, but Stormtrooper Luke plus C-3PO or Chupio is probably really good for you. He'll stealth all the non-tanks.
There.
Also, having another mass assist and turn swap is really nice with Drogon because you just filter him so many more turns. That being said, losing Jin for the revive is a little obnoxious. That I will. With the Huyang Kron currently, that's a little obnoxious because they can actually burst you down. Normally, the team isn't very good at bursting you down. By that, I mean Stormtrooper Luke exposes Leia, which means that all of their burst goes into Leia. And right now with Huyang, I know Tass had it happen once where his Leia almost died.
Yes, which spurred the improvements on Leia that I covered at towards the beginning of this stream.
Okay, but yeah, so that's what I mean. With Stormtrooper Luke, the Huyang Kron into Leia, you have so much damage into Leia where that's Stormtrooper Han's okay in that lineup. I don't think Leia needs another tank, but maybe for this Huyang cycle, you want to see if you can bait them into attacking Stormtrooper Han at least once, so Leia is left alone a little bit more. But I think I told Tass this last 5v5 I actually did against Arsenal. I did Leia versus Ahsoka, and the Huyang Kron deleted my Leia.
I believe it.
So maybe as long as this Kron is around, you want to, or you want to just take a big health Kron or a big defense Kron.
Yeah, Drogon can help with all of these items. Drogon Kron.
Yes. Well, I know that, but I'm just saying in general, like when you're talking about Leia comps.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that complements into this kind of strategic thinking for it. Smedge.
Oh yeah, also stunning Huyang, so she can't fucking mass assist just means TKO probably.
Smedge says, would Omicron Zalbar be a good option for a fifth in the Satil team because of his taunt and durability? I think no. No. We don't I don't think Satil wants another taunting member of the team.
A perma-taunting tank. Not just a taunting member, a perma-taunting member.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to.
Satil actively wants you to hit her.
Yes, it is good for them to be hitting her. That's why when you're playing this team, you're going to the effort of making sure you get her taunt up first instead of just opening up. With this. Huyang Kron is gone now, Phil. Yes, it is gone. It is possible though to have a team equipped with a high armor penetration Kron this season. It could be bad. It's probably not as bad, but yeah. Sub guy says, okay, since we're talking about Leia, does Krex and Kyle Katarn work well with her? Because my C-3PO and Chewie are Relic 3, while my Leia squad is Relic 7 to Relic 8.
Krex, yes. Kyle, no. Kyle is generally not super useful on a Leia team because they usually don't need an additional DPS.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think Kyle Katarn goes well with Leia, just generally.
They also don't make much use out of the Jedi influence because it's such a control-heavy team that once you get rolling, the opponent just doesn't take meaningful turns.
Yeah, Krex is
so one of the reasons for Kyle being good on certain teams he's good on is because of the Jedi influence he puts down. Also, his Omi is Zelbar Omi just means he permatons. Like tanks permaton.
Yeah.
Smedge said that it only works under Jedi leader on something about Jedi leadership. But it works under Rey, who's an Ufu leadership, so I don't think it's locked to Jedi.
Yeah. Yeah, it is good because this double strike is nice when it's hitting back. But
I don't even know if Kyle's going to be
when
on the.
and when
SWAT team
she's
this
damaged
season.
while taunting, she's gaining this stacking protection up. All and while she is taunting, all enemies are immune to bonus turn meter and assist if they're targeting allies. Blah 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 blah. Like we do want their focus on her. So you're playing this team offensively, even with Juhani. I would really only use Juhani's taunt, tactically, just for the dispel, and then accept that for some time she does have a taunt. Yeah, Poppy, I did. This question came up much earlier in the stream. The ideal 5 versus 5. You're going to have your core team of Satele, Bastila, JKR, and then your core fourth member is Jolie. I think that for most people in most places, you'll end up using Juhani because there is a specific benefit lost by not having everybody be Old Republic Jedi. I don't think it's end of the world. But the notion of bringing Zalbar, I think, is not helpful. And then the idea of bringing Sortie is a crutch. Like, if you are worried about A, losing your JKR, and B, that your Jolie is not survivable enough to get around to being able to use his ability and revive the entire team, then maybe you feel like you need Sortie as a crutch to buy your JKR some time. But outside of that, I think just running the core 4 plus Juhani is going to be the ticket. And then depending on, your matchup, depending on what you're actually using Satele for, you absolutely could get away with just the core 4, possibly just the core 3, depending on what kind of overkill situation we're looking at. Juhani is so trash. She's not huge, but she
honestly,
fits.
Really quick, on that thing. Honestly, I don't know if the team needs a 5th for most of the things she's going to fight. Now, Juhani has the upside of doing additional damage when being called to assist. Now, I don't even know if you're going to need that a lot of the time. Because I think there are going to be times where you want Jedi Revan to not kill them. Right? Because the way the mechanics work is if Jedi Revan attacks someone with a mark, he gains 20% TM. So I think there are going to be times where you want to mark someone, have them not die, call Jedi Revan to assist, he'll reduce his cooldowns and give himself 20% turn meter, and then you'll be able to mark someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on what you're fighting, I do think that mechanically speaking, you will TM train them harder if you don't kill that first person.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wanted a 5th, I think Juhani is use case better overall because of the attacking out of turn. But I think that depending on how you build your JKR, Sortie is definitely an option, especially against something like Rey. Like if you're fighting a Rey and really all that needs to not happen is Jedi Revan eat a whirlwind, I think Sortie is one of the best ways to have that not happen.
Well, and even then, that's only a danger if Jolie doesn't get the chance to resurrect, because the revives are unpreventable now from Satele.
Well, I'm not even referring to the revive. I'm talking about the time you have to take to revive.
Right. Yeah. That's our exactly so. Yeah. Yeah.
No. You're talking about that only matters if Jolie dies. I'm saying that Jolie even reviving the non-revivable takes time, and that time you have to spend might be enough to time out.
Yes, we're on the same page. I've as much said the same. You need to actually if you're worried about getting around to Jolie doing that, include Sortie as a crutch.
Yes, but I don't even know if she's super necessary there. Again, this is one of those things where I think this team is just a buzzsaw, and we're all just thinking way too hard about it.
Probably.
As long as you survive the opening onslaught and you get to start doing your things, I feel like you just win the fight relatively quickly once you start taking your turns.
Fair.
Which is really why JKR needs to be as fast as possible.
Good stuff. Last questions, people. Get them in, and while we do that, anything you wanted to share with the people while we got you on the horn, Dagger? Anything
Like
over
Slugger
any
or
news to share from your side of the world? Any advice? Any tips? What do you got?
Ice is finally leaving.
I don't know how that's going to help them succeed in Grand Arena, but that's
I asked
that
if you
is
meant
good
Slugger.
news. That is good news.
I asked if you meant Slugger related, and then you followed it up with about your part in the world. So I just gave you some current events.
Yeah, it's fair. You buy the ticket, you take the ride. I should have seen this coming. I deserve that.
Yeah, it's only like 4 months after they said they were leaving, so they're finally getting their asses out of here. I think what I would say to people is, don't change your plan too much based on what you think Satele will or won't do. Because there's going to be a number of people in 5v5, and we talked about this this is a spoiler for people who aren't patrons and a recap for people who maybe are. One of the things we discussed is whether people would keep their Stranger on defense, because I know in 3v3 people were more willing to pull it to have a clean answer to like Ray Ezra Beth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people are pulling that shit in 5s. So I also think there are non-Satele answers to Stranger that existed in previous seasons that still exist. So I think people are a little, try to punish people for using their Satele.
Yeah, that is definitely something to think about. If you decide to pull your Stranger off defense, like if you need it to counter something like Ray Swallow Ezra with the Chodakron, and that was working for you in 3v3, and you expect that you need something of that strength to use on offense to beat it here in 5s, okay. But outside of that, taking that team off of defense because you're worried about your opponent getting full banners for Satele just sets the stage for them to do an underban somewhere else. Like, you're wanting to set a team that demands them to use a full squad, and hopefully they get their 65 that they want, but not a 66, not 67. All right, Darth Link just asked, my JKR is 327. Is that good enough with some turn meter? I mean, I think as long as you're using light side turn meter and we're talking about countering Stranger, should be okay. But yeah, long-term planning, try to push them up faster, because that sounds like you only have like 1 or 2 mods that are missing like 10 speed. Definitely look to replace those in the medium term here. Because, as long as you've got light side turn meter propping you up, it's probably not going to make a difference. After that, you're going to be considering speed, because a lot of the time, I mean, you're used to being spoiled with how you apply JKR. If you're used to running him under JML, you got plus 40 on top. If you're running it under JKR's own lead, he's usually getting a whole mess of speed out of that. So with Satele, he really needs to actually bring an appreciable amount of speed for himself, because also I think that's the one thing she's not handing out like candy.
Also, to add on to that, there's a lot of characters that we have speed sets on who don't necessarily need to be as fast as we currently have them. We just have them in speed sets because they don't benefit as much from something else. What I would recommend to everyone is take another look at some of those characters like Hux, First Order Officer. Go through that list of characters who are supports, who you have good speed on, and see if you can't speed your JKR up, especially if you're in Kyber 1. You want to look at like 340. Like, that's the number I would recommend to most people, because that's going to get you... That's going to stop you from being lapped by most GLs, and it's going to stop you from being lapped by some of the teams that generate turn meters.
Mm-hmm.
Like 335 to 340 should be your floor. I mean, 327 is probably fine with some turn meter. I'm just talking like mid to long term, right?
Yeah, you don't want to leave a lot of money on the table speed-wise for JKR here. Like, there's a reason why, whether or not we're haggling over 10 or 15 speed, you're not hearing a lot of pushback in general about the speed set. So generic speed set thinking does apply in the sense that if we are taking the effort to put this guy in the speed set intentionally, like Dagger was saying about thinking about characters that are just in a speed set incidentally, but if you stopped and thought about them, they'd be in something, you could put them in something better. Not really so with him. Like, his value to the team is him getting to use these active abilities as much as possible and then not dying. So that lends us towards speed and survivability. You could either go health or defense, and you probably would be well served either way. But all that said, if speed set is indeed the best set for a character, you're not really trying to leave a lot of money on the table speed-wise. So 327 is completely serviceable, and probably not going to matter as long as we have light side turn meter. But as soon as that's over, there may emerge matchups where 10-15 makes a difference. I really can't say yet. Good to see you, Dr. Zeppers. This starship is flying way over my head. Howdy, Tassenix. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Dagger, you were just about to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to continue to drill home the point, we have a lot of characters in this game in speed mods because they don't really need other stats. So, like, for example, my Jedi Master Mace is in a speed set, and he doesn't really need to be in one. My Beck, I think, is still in a speed set because I just had random 20s lying around to put on him, you know? A lot of, maybe not the random 20s part, but a lot of us have speed sets on characters like that because they don't really need other things. Jedi Revan is the engine starter for his team. We haven't had many characters recently, at least, who, when we say put them in a speed set or make them fast, we mean, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog fast them. Right? Like, Jedi Revan is one of those such characters right now, because when he goes, he speeds the whole team up. And then he speeds himself back up because of how the mechanics on the team work, calling him out of turn to attack someone who's marked. So he's generating TM for himself to continuously mark and be the... So basically, his mark is your mass assist damage from her lead. He feeds himself turn meter, and the team feeds him turn meter. So him going first is like, think GMY, except GMY being fast, right? Remember those days when you had to bounce GMY off everybody?
Yep.
He's very similar in that aspect.
Well, all right, guys. It has been a long and very productive stream. A lot of good questions here today. Thanks again to Dagger for dropping in for a bit of commentary here towards the end of the stream. And of course, you know, all of you guys, if you want to be in touch until the next time I go live, the place to do it is my Discord. There's the link for it again. If you're catching me here live, then you already know I'm here at twitch.tv/Tassenix. I simulcast from my YouTube channel, Tassenix Gaming, where if you've not been there before, check it out. Whole bunch of Soy-related content that I think you may be interested in. Stuff like the How to Mod Guide series, my 3-part magnum opus on how to build your mod collection, starting from zero all the way through advanced topics. I made that actually with Dagger here, all 3 of those videos. So that's a good, fun ride for anybody who wants to evaluate and check over their mod game. Stuff like the actual mod guides on characters and factions you've asked about, my Grand Arena streams with chapters added, and of course, it's a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena focused podcast, Plotting and Scheming, that I make with my friends Dagger, TJ, Sasha Aisha, and Fatal, wherein we cover our combats in the last week, in the thereabouts of the top 100 of Kyber 1. And we'll tell you how we dealt with the meta matchups, our favorite attacks and defenses we saw out there, our lessons learned for the week to come, and any other actionable intelligence we think is worth sharing with you guys. That show is native to Spotify, but wherever you catch an episode, check the description. There's a link that you can use to plug into your preferred podcast program and follow us that way. Anything that you see over there on the YouTube, please hit like, hit subscribe to the channel if you enjoyed yourself. Follow me on Twitch. All great ways to support the channel, absolutely free. We are well up and over 1,900 subscribers now on YouTube. The quest for 2,000 progresses. I want to say only like about 80 or so new YouTube subscribers away from hitting that 2K mark. It's pretty exciting, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Of course, if you want to go above and beyond the call of duty to support the stream, there are a few ways to do so. I do have a Cash App that is $Tassenix. I do have a PayPal that is tassenix@gmail.com. And of course, if you want to get enhanced Grand Arena scouting power for yourself, early access to my content including Plotting and Scheming, and a few other benefits besides, you may be interested in becoming a patron. Check out patreon.com/Tassenix. For any upwardly mobile Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. At just $5 a month, you enter the Tass House at VIP access. You get early access to the Plotting and Scheming show, which is coming out to our general audience Friday mornings at 8 a.m. Eastern, but patrons have it as early as Monday or Tuesday night, depending on when we sit down to record, giving you early insight going into the first round of the week. There will occasionally be patron exclusive videos that I'll put out. You'll have at least a month of exclusivity before it goes live, and especially upon request from a patron. And then, of course, a dedicated text and voice chat on Discord where I am usually lurking, so pop on in and say hi. Thank you so much to all of my patrons here at VIP Access. Moving on up to the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where you get a bundled Patreon access to me and to your choice of either OmegaBot or Hot Utils Patreon. OmegaBot's that tool that I highlight at the start of all of my Grand Arena streams. It's the one with the graphs that give you an easily understood sense of your opponent's offensive and defensive tendencies. Anybody can use that tool for free to scout their opponent's last week of Grand Arena history, but only patrons can build out a custom report with any number of weeks. You get a downloadable HTML version of that report that has embedded links. When you click them, it takes you right back into swugga.gg or Insight with data pre-sorted, just helping you further minimize and focus your scouting efforts. Alternatively, you might go for the Hot Utils Patreon, aka Chili subscription, which is your #1 tool for mass mod management and loadout creation. Nothing else lets you switch so easily between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, and Raid mods. You can use it like TJ and Fatal do to comprehensively remod your roster using the powerful automation feature. You can help out your guild in TW, slice through hundreds of mods in seconds, and so much more. There's no wrong way to go at VIP Access Plus. Thank you so much to all of my patrons subscribed here. At VIP Access Premium, that's $15 a month for the Double Bot Bundle. So Patreon access for me, OmegaBot, and Hot Utils all in one price. Going out and getting those two bots anywhere else costs the same as this triple bundle, which is why so many of my patrons say it's one of the best values in the game. Thank you so much to all of my patrons subscribed here. I know you guys enjoy the double bots. At the top of the list, in Jester's Club Elite, the one, the only Nomad's Reaper, a madman who drops in from time to time and goes crazy, handing out, gifted subs, thousands of biddies, setting hype train records. I want to say the highest hype train we've ever had here, something like 24. And then for each of the records before that, he was the one really leading the charge. So thanks for all of the support over the years, Nomad's Reaper. And likewise to Pills, who will show up often towards the end of streams and just hand out, 10 gift subs here, 100 gift subs there. I never quite know what to expect, but it is always generous and it is always appreciated. Thank you, Pills. Special thanks go out to the Lost Swamp Rat. One of my patrons, who I've already mentioned, has gone well above and beyond the Call of Duty, not just for me, but for the Swugga community at large, helping all of us out with our tech-related issues. My pleasure to collaborate with him, putting out the Datacron graphic for this latest set. I'll be working with him in future sets. But the best thing about Womp is that he's often able to provide the time and attention to help with emergent tech issues, like the other day, earlier this season, where I was live, supposedly, simulcasting on Twitch and YouTube, but it was only working on Twitch, and he had me up and running in just a couple minutes. So thanks, as always, for your time and attention, Womp Rat. To Mrs. T, my wife, thank you for all you do in the background, whether that's bringing me something to eat or drink while I'm live here on stream, or just keeping our daughter from tearing the house apart while I'm trying to be the very best like no one ever was at a phone game. I appreciate you. And of course, to my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming, Dagger, TJ, Sasha Aisha, and Fatal. Gentlemen, as always, it is my pleasure and privilege to record our show. Despite the pressures of work, family, raising kittens, you guys show up every week, and I appreciate it because I learn every time. Hopefully you guys feel the same, but it's not about us. It is about the listeners, the viewers tuning in. It is rare that a day goes by that I don't have some type of comment or DM to wake up to, thanking us for the conversations that we have on our show, because people are picking up tidbits, applying it in their own Grand Arena matches, and it is helping them win the day. We are having the impact that we wanted to with our show. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for being a part of it, and I wouldn't change a thing. All right, back on over to the main scene. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's right, Zappers. Pills is good, dude. Yep. Always appreciate you, Womp Rat. Hey, Ray Rock, good to see you. All right, guys. It has been, just over 4 hours. We've really given a pretty good chill stream, yeah? So it's time to set you guys up to roll out. First, over on the YouTube side. Who can we send you to? Anyone live for Galaxy of Heroes? Doubt it, but maybe. Doesn't look like it. So into the abyss with you guys when I raid out the Twitch people. Sorry about that. Setting up. Is anybody alive? No. Ooh, there's a new filter. Somebody who's raided me? Oh, Nooch is live. Okay. Yeah. Oh, he's over there on raid. Okay. Well, I guess he's... I don't know if you guys have interest in Raid Shadow Legend, but doesn't look like there's anybody else live for Galaxy. Let me check. Yeah, it's a goose egg. It is a goose egg, party people. All right. Yep. Doesn't look like there's anybody else, so I don't want to drop you off into nowhere, folks. So sending you on over to Nooch. Hopefully you guys have a good time over there. And thank you all so much for joining me here this morning and afternoon, as the case may be. Really fun, chill stream. Looking forward so much to this next season of 5 vs. 5. Stay tuned for that latest plotting and scheming coming out here this Friday. And until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. It's been real awesome. Take care.